Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, American Bait Works, TH Marine, and FishAlabama.org.
Welcome into the Alabama Bass Trail South Division 2025 Lake Martin Stop number 1. 225 boats signed up for this event in under 7 minutes. We are going to kick off the first stop here at Lake Martin like we always do. But just a reminder, $15,000 first place on the line, plus the $8,000 Phoenix First Flight Contingency Program and First Garmin, all of them paying out good contingency money here. Some anglers could walk away with over $25,000 on a one-day tournament and a $320 entry fee. They are trying to make it to Wheeler Lake later on this year at Wheeler Lake, where there will be a $100,000 no entry fee championship. So y'all stay tuned. We're going to get started as we always do by standing and paying our respects to the soldiers that serve this great country here and around the world with the playing of our national anthem. All right, we are ready to go. Boat number 1 leading off the 2025 Alabama Bass Trail South Division. Boat number 1, Charles Bailey and Joe Pike. Give us a hand raise. Let us know you've heard us. Boat number 2, Scotty Cox and Trey Sorrells. Boat number 3, Scott Crittenden and Riley Crittenden. Boat number 4, Tony Goggins and Steve Sherbert. Boat number 5, Ian Hunsiger and Trey Lee. Boat number 6, Andrew Hall and Mike Hall. Boat number 7, Travis Loggins and Roy Loggins. I wonder if they're kin to Kenny. Boat number 8 is not here. Boat number 9, Justin Mott and Randall Hamilton. Boat number 10, Riley McCullough and Philip McCullough. Boat number 11, James Pitts and Jonathan Monkus. Boat number 12, James Scott and Kenny Carroll. Boat number 13, Shannon Thomas and Jesse Smith. Boat number 14, Scott Yunke and Tucker Weidler. Boat number 15, Shannon Ackerman and Corey Harper. Boat number 16, TJ Clark and Travis Tucker. Boat number 17, making his debut on the Alabama Bass Trail, Mr. Triton Graham and Andrew Jones. Boat number 18, Chris Hutcherson and BG Morvetts. I want to change his name to BJ every time I see that. Boat number 19, Lucas Lindsay and Brendan Holt. Boat number 21, Scott Reed and Joshua Reed. Boat number 22, Kenny Smith and RJ Thompson. Coming in that brand new Phoenix boat. Boat number 23, Rusty Trasiger and Dean Boruff. Boat number 24, Alan Yarbrough and Chance Perry. Boat number 25, last boat in this flight, Michael Adams and Raymond Adams. Boat number 26, I see him in that AMP boat. Boat number 26, Lanier Burton and Kelly J. Boat number 27, Hunter Davidson and Larry Davidson. Boat number 28, Jay Grogan and Ryan Ingram. Boat number 29, Michael Ingram and Scott Ramsey.
Yeah, especially if it all is going to be around.
Boat number 30, Matt Maddox and Bill Maddox. Boat number 31, Waylon Mullis and Jeff Fansler. Boat number 32, Bobby Richardson and Hunter Richardson. Boat number 33, they kicked off the year with a win in 2024 at Lake Jordan. Boat number 33, Eric Summers and Robbie Pelt. And another pretty Phoenix bass boat. Boat number 34, Frederick Walker and Al McQueen. See you guys. Boat number 35, Rob Wright and Steve Atwood. Boat number 36, John Burt and Charles Davis. I hear you. I like it. Thank you. Boat number 37, Blake Davenport and Zach Lightsey. Boat number 38, Chase Gregory and Copeland Rosser. Copeland fish for the University of Montevallo. Boat number 39, Derek Hutchins and Jay Hutchins. Boat number 40, Cody Lackey and Ryan Allard. Boat number 41, Xavier McKinney and Lonnie Vincent. I see you guys. Boat number 42, he got a win on the Alabama River last year, John Pollard and Cameron Cox. Boat number 43, they've won at this body of water. Boat number 43, Chad Schroeder and Chase Schroeder. Boat number 44, Cole Thompson and John Heacock. Boat number 45, Tim Windsor and Mike Smith. Boat number 46, Doug Blunt Jr. and Chris Martin. Boat number 47, Britt Cottle and Nick Robinson. Boat number 48, Drake Fondren and Justin Durden. Boat number 49, Kyle Hillier and Jake Brown. Last boat in this flight, boat number 50, Clay Cornegay and Keith Adcox. Boat number 51, Wesley McKellar and Adam Currington. Boat number 52, J.D. Perez and Kevin Gibson. Boat number 53, Jason Sapp and Wally Bell. Boat number 54, Jace Thompson and Thomas Eden. Jason went viral on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 55, Cody Williams and Grant Johnson. Boat number 56, Larry Bullock and Dale Westmoreland. Boat number 57, Daryl Crenshaw and Billy Adamson. Boat number 58, Hunter Gilbert and David Quinn. Boat number 59, Mitchell Hall and Wes Wiggins. Boat number 60, Billy Lewis and Justin Kaiser. Boat number 61, your champions in 2023 at Lake Martin, Mark McCagg and Tim Hurst. Boat number 62, Alex Pruitt and Calvin Reese. Boat number 63, Jimmy Sims having to go out solo today in that Alabama boat. Boat number 64, Terry Stevens and Gabe Aldridge. Boat number 65, James White and Eugene Davis. Boat number 66, Ryan Branch and Ricky Burleson. Boat number 67, David Crawford and Rob Sandlin. Boat number 68, Michael Freeman and Wade Cannon. Boat number 69, Stephen Hornsby and Ryan Schiffler, sorry. Boat number 70, Mark LaPlante and Christopher Thomas. Boat number 71, David Mims and Chris Masters. Boat number 72, Alan Ray and Carlton Freeman. Boat number 73, Todd Sims and Michael Clay. Boat number 74, Billy Tidwell and Ben Williamson. See you guys. Boat number 75, last boat in this flight. Boat number 75, James Willoughby and James Willoughby. Boat number 76, Joey Adderhold and Tim Hatcher. I love that. All right. Boat number 77, Curtis Coleman and Kent McNaughton. Boat number 78, Eric Farnham and Alan Farnham. Boat number 79, Scotty Holly and Brian Pike. Boat number 80, Jacob Lee and Travis Driggers. Boat number 81, Matt McClung and Brian Assay. Boat 82, James Perkins and Melody Perkins. Boat number 83, Logan Sims and Evan Salter. Boat number 84, Ty Story and David Hardy. Boat number 85, Ken Jones and Jimmy Wood and Ken Jones. Boat number 86, Foster Bradley and Nick Harris. Boat number 87, Corey Cole and Quilly Trott. Boat number 88, Gentry Gordy and Hunter Farish. See you guys. Boat number 89, Brett Harp and Ricky Harp. Boat number 90, Jeff Jennings and Mitchell Jennings. I'll see you guys. Boat number 91, Scott McDonald and Ty McDonald. Boat number 92, Evan Rice and Brian Rice. Boat number 93, Jeff Ritchie and Matt Ritchie. Boat number 94, Shane Thompson and Brent Shriver. Boat number 95, Jason Wyndham and Kevin Peel. Boat number 96, Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd. 97, Connor Crosby and Chandler Oliver. Boat number 98, Daniel Fogel and Chris Pearson. See you guys. Boat number 100, Josh Law and Chad Law. Boat number 101, Trinity Mealer and Max Haywood. Boat number 102, Matthew Rabin and Kevin Dykes. Boat 103, Russ Sapp and Logan Sims. Boat number 104, Bo Terrell and Matthew Daniel. Boat number 105, Brandon Wright and Josh Teat. Boat number 106, Eric Bryan and Lucas Anderson. Boat number 107, Daniel Carlisle and Jared Hubbard. 108, John Frank and Mark Womack. Boat number 109, Shane Horton and Brandon Horton. See you guys. Boat number 110, Walter Lawrence and James White. I see you guys. Boat number 111, Alan Martin and Langston Martin. I see you. Boat number 112, Jackie Price and Daryl Witherspoon. Boat number 113, Ryan Schroeder and Cody Harrell. See you guys. Boat number 114, Willie Thornton and Lewis Thornton Jr. See you guys. Boat number 115, James Wampole and Donald Gunner. Boat number 116, Carlton Alford and Ronnie Ray. Boat number 117, Colby Croson and Cade Croson. Another set of brothers, back-to-back brothers here. Boat number 118, Noah Godwin and Cole Godwin. Boat number 119, Chris Hensley and Kyle McKinney. Boat number 120, Chris Landers and Brad Pitts. Boat 121, Keith Mayfield and Daryl Adams. Boat number 122, Sammy Reynolds and James Ward. Boat 123, Ken Sessions and Tony Hogan. Boat 124, Scotty Taylor and Shane Barker. Rounding out this flight, boat number 125, Amanda Williams and Buck Williams. Next. Boat number 126, Frank Bradfield and Tyler Morgan. Boat 127, Lee Bird and Jacob George. Boat number 128, Zeke Gossett and Ethan King. Boat number 129, another new team on the Alabama Bass Trail South Division. Boat number 129, Josh Harrison and Huck Harrison. All right, I see you, Huck. Go get him, son. Love it. 12 years old. Boat number 130, Shane Kennan and Tina Kennan. Boat number 131, Clay Messer and Sam Rochelle. Boat number 132, Shane Powell and Tim Fox. Boat number 133, Chris Rutland and Kobe Carden. Boat number 134, Tim Taylor and Philip Morris. 135, Ken Walters and Jason Beasley. 136, Jeremy Britton and Matt Young. 137, Norman Crow and Leslie Bottoms. 138, Trevor Elliott and Bo Washam. Bass Pro Bo is what his Facebook is. 139, Mike Hornsby and Cody Wethington. Multiple time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, and they have won here and every other lake that has martin in it. Boat number 140, Rob Lee and Steve Winslet. Another brother and brother pair. Boat number 141, Connor Miller and Caleb Miller. Boat number 142, Zachary Pitts and Tyler Isbell. Boat 143, Steve Rogers and Jacob Rogers. Boat 144, Travis Stuck and Donald Stuck. Boat 145, Jimmy Whaley and Terry Adams. Boat number 146, Greg Bearden and A.J. McKee, A.J. McQueen. Oh, God. Boat number 147, they won Logan Martin last year in 2024, Josh Chappell and Paul Davis. Boat number 148, Cullen Green and Dayton Green. Boat 149, Matthew Hurst and Roy Hurst, former ABT champions. Smith Lake. Boat 150, Dusty Jordan and Alex Bowden. 151, Leonard McGuire and Maury Smith. Boat 152, Luther Murphy and Jeremy Nobles. Boat 153, Skylar Sanders and Grant Williamson. Another first-time team on the Alabama Bass Trail, boat number 154, Braden Tisdale and Reese Killen. Boat number 155, David White and Hannah Peebles. Boat number 156, Stephen Barnes and Justin Coron. Boat number 157, Michael Cox and Colt Boyette. Boat number 158, Steve Fincher and Austin Rich. Boat number 159, they had to sit back and watch their baby go out. Zach Harrison and Kristen Harrison. Good luck, guys and gals. Boat number 160, Gage King and Wes King. Boat number 161, Kenneth Malone and Austin Shields. Boat number 162 going out solo today, Mr. Clint Nail. We missed you, Mr. Kevin McCaleb. Boat number 163, Dean Robinson going out solo today. Boat 164, John Wade and Andrew Wade. Boat number 165, they won the first $50,000 championship here at Lake Martin in 2020. Charlie Williams and Michael Smith. Boat number 166, Eric Staggs and Jason Hamaker. 167, Brandon Rufo and Marshall Rufo. Like, they've won the most big fish ever in the Alabama Bass Trail. Have most big fish. 168, making a return to the Alabama Bass Trail. It's been a long time. He fished with us when he was 12 years old. He's now a junior in college. Parker Odom and Colton Odom. Boat number 169, they have the largest weight on Alabama Bass Trail history on Lake Martin, 1606. They won here. Boat number 169, Mike McCullers and Slade McCullers. Boat number 170, Blake Johnson and Lance Bearden. The most loved team out here because Sugar always brings us donuts. Boat number 171, Mike Hearn and Sugar Walker. And the team applause. Boat number 172, Chase Davis and Jacob Rodriguez. Boat number 173, Mark Cameron and Brian Belcher. 174, Mark Ammons and Terry Harris. Boat number 175, Brad Bynum and Bradley Bynum. Boat number 176, Jeffrey Fulgham and Jacob Fulgham. I didn't see them at the meeting last night. I missed them. Boat number 177, Zach Hester and Paul Hester. Boat number 178, John King and Chris Gregory. Boat number 179, Spencer Morris and James Morris. This next boat's trouble. Boat number 180, Peanut Parkerson and Jason Turner. I see you. Trouble right there. Trouble. Boat number 181, Douglas Shower and Joseph Shower. Your winners at Lake Eufaula last year, boat 182, Jason Tomlin and Justin Foster. Boat number 183, they've won an event here, Larry Walters and Shane Patterson. Boat 184, Thad Spates and Charles Nowling. 185, Adam Ryder and Brad Trotter. Now that, dude, is a hard name to spit out this early in the morning. Boat number 186, fishing with an alternate, Alan Brightwell and Byron Smith. Boat number 187, Matt McKenzie and Brandon Black. 188, John Kellett and Robert Story. 189, Jeffrey Haskins and Mike Chambers. 190, Blake Dodson and Jeff Evans. Boat 191, Danny Kofer and Kevin Kofer. Boat number 192, J.J. Atwell and Jason Phillips. Boat 193, Leo Coleman and Terry Ratliff. Making his return to the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 194, John Drew and Chris Brummett. Woo-woo! Welcome back, John. Boat number 195, Michael Howard and Jeremy Eaton. Boat 196, Adam Jackson and James Jackson. Wonder. All right. Board number 197, Ryan Miller and Justin Adams. 198, Jeff Myers and John Melton. I bet his head's thumping. Where am I at? Boat number 199, Jacob Robinson and Austin Robinson. Boat number 200, David Talley and Troy McClellan. Boat number 201, Timothy Watson Sr. and Timothy Watson Jr. Boat number 202, Trent Tilley and James Williams. Boat 203, Kyle Schuchard and Tommy Wood. Boat 204, that's an international boat right there. Boat number 204, Justin Nally and Tommy Gunn. Boat 205, Jeff Morgan and Tim Van Egmond. Woo-woo. Boat number 206, Brandon Jones and Jared Wilson. Boat 207, Clay Harris and Joe Williams. Boat number 208, Mr. Charles Estes and Austin Archer. We're about to get there. Boat number 209, Matthew Crittenden and Christopher Godwin. Boat number 210, Jim Beavers and Michael Wright. 211, Charlie Cummings and Sammy Bailey. Boat number 212, Ricky Dunn and Trent Davis. Boat number 213, David Hutchins and Todd Spencer. Boat number 214, they had a heck of a year in 2024 on the Alabama Bass Trail, finishing inside that top 9, Tyler Malone and Cade Law. Boat number 215, Hunter McNanny and Aaron Bishop. We're so cold we're shaking up here, it's hard to read these names. 216, Kason Pemberton and David Parsons. Boat number 217, Brady Bowden and Joseph Lacey. 218, Joey Davidson and Tullis Lanier. 219, Jeremy Smitherman and Timothy Hicks. Boat number 220, Matthew Bennett and Gary Wade. Boat 221, Trey Doust and Justin Doust. Boat number 222, David Sneed and Clint Carter. Boat number 223, Jason Stevens and Jack White. 224, your 2024 Alabama Bass Trail champions, Nick Turner and Joe Lay. And the boat we've all been waiting on, they are your 2024 ABT South Division Anglers of the Year, CJ Knight and Anthony Goggins. I see you guys. All right. All right, guys, that does it for Blast Off here at Wind Creek State Park, one of the crowning jewels in the Alabama State Park system. Wind Creek State Park, 225 boats took off this morning, going out for over $63,000. We'll be out on the water. I think Jason Duran is on a team. We're going to get out to him. Y'all stay tuned for 5 hours live coverage here on Alabama Bass Trail.
All right, we're ready to get after it. We've already got boat 110. Walter and James already got one in the box this morning, so we've got a quick start. They're just trying to get a limit together, so we're going to get straight to the fishing action. Well, guys, got one in the box already this morning. Boat numbers are, everybody's out fishing, and you guys already got one in the box. Got to feel good to get a good start.
Can't complain.
I know it was the first cast, and sometimes they call that bad luck, but you know, it's the first day too, so that's got to have some advantage there as well. So how was practice for you guys?
We did.
No practice?
No, we fished a tournament last weekend.
Hey.
He lives 25 miles from here, and I live 30 miles from here.
Yep, so let's just go fishing today, right?
We've been up here every weekend the last few, fishing other tournaments.
Yeah.
Catching the limit's not going to be a problem, I
No.
don't think, but finding a couple of bigger fish is going to be the key right now with this muddy, cold water. I don't know. We're just going to go fishing.
Yeah.
Hope for the best.
Kind of hard to break out of all those little ones and get a good largemouth maybe? Big spot?
Yeah, the plan is catch a quick limited spot, and we're going to head hunt the rest
Yeah,
of the day.
that's a good deal.
Once the sun gets up,
Yep.
it warms.
What'd y'all have last weekend?
9.
9. That's, I heard a lot of 9s last weekend.
Yeah, there was. It was tough. The water was terrible. That bank right there was good to us. I had a 4-pounder right there 2 weeks ago. But now the water's up and it's cold and it's muddy.
Yeah.
It's totally different than they were.
Lots of changes. That's what the Alabama Bass Trail is known for. Is a lot of weather changes and water changes. So.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to slide back and let you guys fish. Appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for letting us start on y'all for year number 12 for the Alabama Bass Trail.
Hey, all right.
And we started with a fish catch, so that's a good day.
Y'all get that?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. You're on candy camera. Yes, sir. I'll take it all day long. We just do it for fun.
That's a good deal. Where y'all from? Y'all said you're from here. How many years y'all fished ABT?
I think this is number 5.
Number 5. Cool. Well, these guys, like they said, they fish a lot of tournaments here. Live 25 miles from here. Really just came to go fishing today. Had a tournament here last weekend, had 9 pounds. A couple weeks ago, caught a 4-pounder off the point behind us. Stand a good chance of catching a good limit today. Not going to be hard to catch a limit today. It's the size. It's going to be the key here. A lot of teams are going to try to go find a bigger fish after they get this little limit in spots. Maybe upgrade to 3 or 4 largemouth with some weight on them. Nice cold start to the morning. Temperature had us in the 20s. Everything's froze up and cold today. Been a lot of fluctuations in the weather down here. It's warm summertime a couple weeks ago, and then this week it's been really cold. Had a lot of rain last week. The water's been fluctuating up and down. Got a lot of color to it today. Teams are going to spread out all over this 41,000 acres here. A big lake, lots of water to fish. Guys are bouncing around. I know Luke and Darren are trying to get on some teams. Darren is going to run down, get a trailer down a little bit south of here to get on a team. I know Luke took off with me this morning trying to get on a team as well. So we're going to bring you 4 or 5 hours of coverage today and do our best to get you as much fish catching as we can. If you're sitting at home, hope you're nice and warm. Enjoying some action today. lots of fishing coverage out there on the internet today. I appreciate you guys tuning in for us today and watching some of the best, or if not the best of the best, team fishing in the country for sure. These Alabama anglers really get it done. They're not all from Alabama. They're all over the country as well. Oh, look at here. We got Luke coming in with us. Luke? Cold run this morning, right, buddy?
Good morning. It was cold, and I actually, you know, what I was hoping would happen, Jason, I had a boat pass me kind of close and got me with a little rooster tail spray. So that 40-degree water was a nice wake-up call.
Frozen air on the way
me and Jared. So yeah. So we are good in the wake this morning. You know, we caught up with boat 22, Kenny Smith and RJ Thompson, and we're trying to give them some space. If you can see they're watching from home, we're a distance away from these guys. They're fishing shallow. We assume they're gonna try to make a turn and come back out of this pocket. So we're just trying to stay back, and they're fishing a lot of shallow wood targets. As we expected in this dirty water, guys fishing for largemouth are gonna do that. So we apologize. They'll be a little closer to us sooner than later. We're just trying not to get in on there on them. We get some dirty looks out here sometimes, Jason. You know?
Yeah. I always say it too, you know, is get that camera up, you know.
Get it up as quick as you can,
especially this early in the morning. They're like, you're getting my spot, get back.
That's right. Yeah. Everybody's a little keyed up and ready to go.
I don't want to take a
no doubt about
take a jig across the forehead today, you know.
Looks like we've got a lot of teams, Jason. You and I are. I'm not too far from Wind Creek, but a lot of teams making the run down the lake. I guess, and you know, I'm assuming in search of clearer water, because this water up here is, with all the rain they've had, stained up pretty good. Cold, muddy water can be a challenge for sure. But we're gonna get some sunshine today, despite the fact that it's 29 degrees this morning. It's supposed to be in the mid-50s before the day's out. So I think these fish will bite at some point.
Would you bring shorts for weigh-in today?
I did not. I left those at Smith.
Okay, I'll just check. Because it's going to feel like sometime this afternoon after this morning, so.
It definitely will. I don't know if it'll feel like shorts weather. That's for sure.
Well, we made the run up north, just turned really not far. A lot of teams were in, we just kind of got in the mix and said, let's go. And a lot of guys went north, so we kind of turned left and came up this way just to try to get around some teams. I hear a lot of guys still running, a lot of guys moving around. The water is definitely stained up this way, so. Got a team out here ahead of us, sitting out here in the middle doing a little scoping, it looks like. So, Luke, what do you think today? A lot of bank fishing, scoping? What's going to happen today?
I think you'll see a good mix. Obviously, this is a spotted bass fishery primarily. You're going to see a ton of spots get caught. There'll be a lot of limits today, but as you know, and as we've seen a lot in the past at Lake Martin, it's that guy that catches the 3.5 to 4 pound plus largemouth as his kicker to go with spots. And so that's what we're seeing here this morning with Kenny and RJ, is spinner baiting, some red cranking going on.
Wait, did they say spinner bait?
DT6 action. A little spinner bait, yeah, that's right. That's right, you called it.
We'll catch up with that later on the little bait predictions we had this morning. But yeah, kind of like that.
Well,
These
I
guys
expect to see some
kind of drifting
rapid
away from us.
DT6 action.
Work this bait. Oh yeah. We're going to
Today,
slide back
too,
around,
for
make
sure.
a little loop. If you're watching at home, try not to make you sick. My guys fished last weekend. I had 9 pounds. I talked to some guys this week. A lot of teams had 9 pounds last week, so it was a tough weekend last weekend. Maybe that'll make it good today.
Have you found one yet? Got two. Heck yeah. They got to get bigger, huh? All right. Got 2 in the plate. They caught
Two?
we
We only got one over here.
RJ Thompson. Yeah, 2 in the boat because they're not much to start. Fishing out of a Phoenix that could land them an extra $8,000 this afternoon in addition to that $15,000 first place prize. Looks like they might be getting ready to make a move. They're standing on that trolling motor. Rolling down the bank now. Jason, you said you turned left. Are you in the Elkahatchee area?
No, we didn't go that far. We just kind of made the curve and we're just up a little bit. We didn't take that Elkahatchee run. I wanted to keep some cell service for a little bit.
Hooked up. There we go. On a spinnerbait, Jason.
Yes, yes.
At number
Right here
3
now.
there. Cold
We need to
water
start putting some
spinnerbait
waders
bass.
on that
You
kind
love
of
to see it?
stuff. I need to do like a Jack's biscuit for the winner of the who picks the right bait.
You can't start making wagers after somebody confirms your pick, though, Jason. That's not fair.
Well, but I mean, I said we need to start. I didn't say today.
I see the game you're trying to play here.
I mean, I'm hungry.
To be fair, that sounds like more of a Darian move to try to rig the game like that.
yeah. Well, just trying to beat him to it today. Beat him at his own game. I'll go ahead and predict we probably have 220 limits today.
That would not surprise me at all.
Man. Luke, while we got a little lull in action, I mean, I know we've got heated seats now, but I think I just came up with an idea. The next thing needs to be heated deck. So like if where I'm standing right now, my toes are so cold. But if we had a heated deck, wouldn't that be like perfect?
It would be. I think
People have that in their
what's the
house,
joke?
you know?
First world problems. First world problems. You're like, man, my heated seats are almost enough to keep me warm, but I really need a heated front deck too on my very nice
That would be
Phoenix
so
Fast
awesome.
boat.
So awesome.
Don't give Mr. Klaus any ideas, man. He'll have that whole thing.
Man, I'm gonna bring that one up. I'm gonna bring that one up. It's only when you get out here do you realize you didn't put enough clothes on. So these guys caught a 4-pounder in this spot right here 2 weeks ago, they said. So if we could stick a 4-pounder right now, that would be a great start. So these guys holding up the check at the end of the day. Well, the scopers pulled off and left, so that team. Guys are doing a lot of talking to each other. You can tell they've been here a lot. Probably talking about, we caught one over there, we caught one over there one year, we caught one over there last year.
Kind of think that Kenny and RJ here, this bite, they're on 3 fish in the boat already. Cold water, sun's just now starting to hit this area a little bit. They started in the shade. You gotta think it's gonna only get better for them as the sun heats all this up. Combination of some rock and some wood.
I guess Darian's still sitting by the heater somewhere, probably. Oh, fish on, fish on. Oh, no, never mind. Big rock. He set the hook like it was a big one, though. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the one, the only, Mr. Darian Craig.
Let's give a round of
Crowd goes
applause,
wild.
guys. Let's give a round of applause. I've been listening to y'all two yap all morning, and I hadn't been able to tap in yet. I feel like this is a tag team Royal Rumble match, and y'all have tapped me in. But I will say, y'all are right on a lot of things. I was still sitting by the heater. I was late because I went to get a breakfast. I was late because I slept a little bit longer than Luke. I was late because I make excuses, but hey, we're here now, and I'm on the Millers. And look at this. This is what I want to point out for the folks at home who just hear about live scoping. The Millers trolling motor, I don't know what brand they've got. I've got this one on 10, and they're way outpacing us. Zigzagging. It's cold outside. They're apparently not cold, and whatever fish they're hunting are definitely don't care about this at all because they're moving at warp speed right now. Haven't been able to talk to them because they're moving too fast. Sound doesn't travel fast enough to keep up with these cats, so who knows? I heard y'all making wagers earlier, Luke and Jason. I heard y'all, yip-yapping, talking about a heated deck. And I also heard Jason was on a fish catch before we even got started.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they caught it up there in the marina at Wind Creek in the off limits or something, is what I think. There's no way he made a run to get on that fish catch. I think John Simpson must have caught that up there off the dock. Gloves are almost as important as hooks today.
No, I can't stand the fish.
Ooh.
I can't either. Saying they can't stand the fish with gloves. Gloves are important today, but it is aggravating to fish with them.
These guys are scoping some up now. We went from bank fishing to looking at them.
Hey, the millers are going so fast on their trolling motor, they got to keep their life jackets on for safety hazard. They got a seatbelt right now for how fast they're going on the trolling motor.
I tell them they can't throw
These
away
boys
within
almost get
100 yards of the
These
bank.
boys got a speeding
Remind them of
ticket.
that.
They got a speeding ticket earlier just on their trolling motor.
Are they causing a wake, Darian? You know, they got this new law where you can't be
Yeah.
more than 100 feet of
No
the
wake.
shoreline making a wake.
No way.
The funny thing is I'm talking loud enough to try to get their a reaction. They're so locked in, they're not even listening to me at all.
It's not working.
It's not working. I'm trying to get in their head and it's not working.
They've just totally tuned you out.
Yeah. Which is probably very smart of them to do.
These boys got a job to do. They don't have time to mess with you.
No, they got money on the line. Looks like these guys are going to make a move. We're going to make a move with them. So, look at there, I'm going to let you guys have it. So, y'all try to keep the viewers while I'm gone, okay? Don't run them off.
We'll do our best, buddy.
For the people at home watching on the millers here, you can see we're just out in this pocket, and they started, well, actually, they're kind of close to where they started at. They made this really big, probably 200 yards on the trolling motor they've moved. And what they're doing is they're just out here in the dead middle looking for specific fish. So they've got their live scope looking forward. And what they're doing with their trolling motor pedal is, Kenny, if you look right here, I'll just show, they're nonstop painting that head back and forth. And basically they're just covering an entire area. So as they're going on the trolling motor, they're constantly doing this number, just looking for fish. And they're looking for a specific fish, and then they'll stop the boat with the trolling motor and then throw at that fish and watch it. And both of them are doing the same exact thing, staying on the front deck, watching that screen. But if you look, y'all probably can't see it on this zoom, but the head of their trolling motor hasn't stopped yet. They're just nonstop painting back and forth, back and forth. And like back in the day, 5-10 years ago on this kind of tournament, somebody would be up on those rocks right now throwing a crankbait, and I'm sure there is a lot of people doing it, but this is definitely a mainstay pattern now. This looks like a Luke Duncan shad wrap kind of bank right here. He throws it on a spinning rod and catches giants every time he throws it.
I was about to say,
Luke won 2 club tournaments here in the late 80s.
I was 6.
6.
I got a heck of a start to my fishing career at 6 by winning on a shad wrap on a Snoopy pole. See, I'm getting to watch a little bit of that Lake Martin, the old school fishing that people like to call it these days. Some jig fishing, some spinnerbait, and some of that cranking. I've not seen the shad wrap yet, but I've seen some DT action and DT6.
Are you up in the den? Are you up in the dinge?
We are. We're not too far from wind, and Kenny Smith, RJ Thompson, 3 in the boat already. Saw him catch a pretty good one on spinnerbait earlier. But I feel like this bite, when that sun gets up, could get really good. This end of the lake with that dirty water, all the, how much covers up here between the laydowns and the rocks. It can go down up here. There's no doubt about that. And Darren, you made a great point about that. Used to, somebody would be cranking the bank, or throwing a jerkbait down the bank, or throwing a shaky head in that same area where the millers are, where they're scoping. But also down here, used to, the guys that were really dialed on Martin, they would fish out in the middle back then a little bit too, especially on that lower end, but just utilizing 2D, you know, dropping on fish right under the boat. We would see that a lot when you came down here in the wintertime, fish against guys that fished here a lot. And now the live scope is just 2D on steroids, where you can see out in front of you, actually watch them chase the bait, see what kind of mood they're in.
How long is it going to be before live scope turns 2D into 3D? And you can wear those blue and red 3D goggles and watch them.
I feel like we're not far from it.
Come on. We're not far from it. Yeah.
I was actually working on that product. I appreciate you linking that to the world. I applied for Shark Tank, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I guess I'll get uninvited now. Mark Cuban probably text me right now about it.
I could put in a good word for you.
You can't with Mark Cuban.
No.
If you know, you know. Darren, are there a lot of boats on that end?
There is a pretty good bit of boats. There are several names that we'd like to cover today. Zeke's just right around the corner. I believe he's fishing with Ethan King. They're just right around the corner from us. So we'll cover them here in a minute. But yeah, there's several boats, and it looks like on the tracker, a lot of them are fishing the same exact kind of, like, I would say a bay, a really big pocket that's got multiple fingers coming off of it. And what the millers are doing, they're kind of tracing the bank, but they're just a little bit in the middle. You know what I mean? Like they're just way off the bank, kind of following the bank line a little bit. I guess just on that deeper drops. I don't know. I'd like to ask them, and Luke, I'd like to get your opinion too. But you think they're looking for the bait? Like, obviously these fish aren't where they left them at. I've got to get in here and find them because they're hunting. They're not. I mean, they're not even making any casts at all. I haven't seen them make but 1 or 2 casts yet.
Yeah, I'd say those fish are probably on bait, probably suspended. With the weather we've had, too, where we had that big warm-up, I mean, when you get this far down south, this lake probably warmed up into the upper 50s, I would say. So those fish, like what we saw at Smith in the ABT North, they were starting to move. They were starting to slide up there and position themselves a little shallower a lot of times. A lot of the teams that expected to catch them deep at Smith, if you remember the weigh-in stage, they had to go to the docks to catch some. We saw a lot of Nico rigging instead of pinging the minnow type stuff up there on live scope. Yep. So I'd say that a lot of these fish, if they slid up there when the cold hit, they backed off. So those guys are probably looking for some of that. We've seen some bait this morning though in this dirty water. We've seen some bait flipping around up top, and of course just a ton of cover in here. These guys are picking apart. Looks like you get a bite at any flip.
Luke, in our AirPods, I don't know if the viewers realize this, but we've actually got AirPods on so we can hear each other talking while we're on live. We can also hear the studio. And someone from the studio actually just said it's chilly in the building that they're in. And I would love to challenge them on who's colder right now.
You're willing to make a wager on that?
Yeah, I'd be willing to make a wager. He said it's a balmy 70 right now in the office.
I'd trade my boat right now for 70. Darian, I don't know if you heard this, but somebody gave me a nice little flyby as Jared and I stopped to turn into a creek, and I got some spray thrown my way that woke Jared and I up. You don't need any coffee, no Diet Mountain Dew, no Mountain Dew needed. We are absolutely awake. I have to say, when you're not expecting that, it makes it just a little bit worse.
Yeah, I can see that.
Just a little bit. Matter of fact, I don't know how it didn't freeze immediately on the console. If you'll remember, though, at Smith, I said multiple times that we were going to pay for that beautiful weather to kick off the ABT North the first weekend in February.
Yep.
Here we are. So here we are. It's going to be nice, by the way, in though, 55 degrees. Forecast today at Lake Martin. So sun's trying to peek over the trees already, so should start warming up at some point. Darian, do you think back in your tournament career, like when you and the LOB himself, little Trey Swindler, were fishing, if you would have had access to a Phoenix with heated seats on a morning like this, how many casts would you have made?
Buddy, I would be checking Facebook right now. I would be so warm and comfortable just checking Facebook. I will say there was a tournament the last year that I fished. We had a really cold Gunnersville tournament, and me and Trey had a space heater. And when we got to our first spot, I sat down on the deck, turned the heater on, took my boots off, and just had my feet propped up by this heater. And I didn't cast for probably 15 minutes. Hey, but that was a tournament that we learned about. If you take a breakfast burrito and you set it on the metal, and it's wrapped in aluminum foil, and you set it on the space heater wire rack, you can heat that breakfast burrito up, I mean, perfectly. So we did have a really warm breakfast that morning.
Casserole Craig strikes again.
Casserole Craig. Hey, Jason left us and said he was making a run. I think he made a run down to Walmart or something. Ran into town.
Maybe ran to the Hampton Inn to take a nap.
Yeah. For the viewers right now, I apologize for the sun. I mean, I can't do anything about it, but we're shooting directly into the sun. I imagine there's a pretty good glare on the screen. I can't even see the millers right now just because of the sun. Jason, welcome back to the party.
Yeah, I had to warm up.
How?
We got-
How did you warm up? Can you give us some pro tips
Yeah.
on that?
Please share.
I got this little button that just says heat. I just turned it. Sat down for a minute and warmed
Turned
up.
it to on.
Turned it to on, yeah. Charged my hot
I keep
hands
hitting
up.
my button, but it ain't
hot
working.
hands up a little bit. Yeah, I had to stand up and get the trolling motor. I was thinking about using the remote the rest of the day and just sitting in the seat.
What's that?
You didn't bring no coffee, did you?
No, we don't have any coffee,
I know we're not
unfortunately.
supposed to ask y'all for assistance.
Yeah, I don't know that we can give you assistance, but if I had a cup of coffee, we'd let it slide. I wish y'all had some coffee. Something. So is this the game plan for the day?
Yeah, we're gonna fish y'all off.
So that's
That's
so.
the way we got a chance to win. We're
Okay.
not gonna beat them offshore here. So we're gonna beat the banks and see what we can come up with.
That sun should help this bite, right?
Hope so, yeah, it
Yeah.
should get better.
We appreciate y'all letting us hang with you this
Oh
morning.
man, yeah.
It's been fun. I like seeing one get caught on a spinnerbait. That's a good
Yeah,
time.
that's good. I ain't had a bite on spinnerbait all year so far.
I heard that. He caught it on the spinnerbait, so y'all do owe me a Jack's biscuit.
I like how you do
The
these
Millers just
wagers.
caught one through the sunlight. Little fish. Little tiny one.
Guys, I think we're fixing, there's 2 or 3 other teams in this area. I think we're fixing to hook. Actually, we're hooked up. Hang on. We're not going anywhere.
Hey, don't put the rod down yet.
We're getting the,
got
we're
one.
getting the net. We're getting the net on this one. There we go. They just said that was their only chance to win, was fishing shallow. There we go. That'll be number 4 for Smith and Thompson.
Nice.
The DT strikes again. Like a little DT6, little demon DT6 action right there.
The Millers actually just caught another little one too. Back-to-back little ones. They're fumbling around with the board though. I guess it's probably a 12-incher. Threw one back and the second one is going in the box, I believe. Yep, going in the box.
All right, guys, now we're going to make a move. Now that they're on 4th fish, we're going to ease around the corner and find another team. We'll see y'all in just a bit.
All right. So we are on Hunter Nanny and Aaron Bishop. Said that the bite's been a little slower for them, a little later in the day. They were catching some. So they're out here scoping out here in the middle. They've hit about 4 spots that we've been kind of watching them bounce around this morning. None in the box yet, but they weren't expecting any this early in the day. Wait for that sun to get up a little bit. No casting at this point because we're scoping, so we're just looking and waiting. Fish on. Boy, that gets us one in the box. Live wells look like they may be froze. Oh, how to get the ruler? It was frozen there. Yeah, he's gonna measure. That's one in the box.
That's the quality we're looking for.
Got to start somewhere, though.
Bad thing is the fish to win are in here. They're just hard to get to buy, especially this time of the morning. A lot of them want to stay glued straight to the bottom first thing in the morning. When they get up and start floating is when they start eating.
That sunshine.
Absolutely. Yeah, that cold snap killed it.
Did it?
We wouldn't have, I think the rain wouldn't have hurt it as bad, but the cold snap really killed the fish, and I do believe.
It definitely got cold quick, too.
Sorry?
I said it got cold quick.
It absolutely did. Yeah, I came and played around for a day 2 weeks ago, and 2 weeks ago the water temp was 15 degrees warmer than it is right now.
Yeah. It was summertime then.
That's a drastic change.
Yeah.
And about probably 8 foot lower, something like that. Lots of variables change.
It is definitely a lot of changes since then, too. And it really does affect the fishing.
Absolutely.
You know, I'm sitting here 51 degrees water temp. So if you get that water temp up there 10 degrees warmer, that's where these fish like to play. Fish kind of just go back down and kind of slow back down until the sunshine gets them warming the surface up, so it raises up a little bit more. Should see that water temp rise up some today. Trying to stay out of his way. Just chasing around. We saw him cast just a minute ago. Didn't even cast till he saw the fish on the screen and then made the cast and caught it. So I mean, they're just picking them off at this point. Here we go. Well, I think Miss Kay's got warmed up from doing the blast-off boat. Miss Kay, you got any voice left after calling all those numbers?
I wouldn't say I'm warm. I am warmer than I was on that blast-off boat. Man, I'm going to agree with your team, Nanny and Bishop. You know, typically when we come to Lake Martin at this time of the year, the water's somewhere between that 7 and 9 foot below summer pool. Looking at the Alabama Power Shorelines app, it's about 3 foot low and not the 7 to 9. So that's kind of where that water temperature changed a good bit. They got a lot of water dumped into this lake over the weekend. We had those storms roll through, got a lot of water, so cooled it down a little bit, and I think maybe scattered the fish more than what the anglers expected when they got here.
Yeah, I think so. You know, it had rumors of them kind of going to the bank, and you know, some of these fish wanting to spawn a little bit with the warmer weather we had earlier this month, and now, you know, with this cold front come through, just really a cold week, and then now dumped a ton of rain in here and cold water coming in, it just kind of pushes them back a little bit, and kind of guys don't necessarily know what to expect when they show up today, and that's a lot of times what you hear about this lake is you just got to go get the pattern that happens that day, because it could be totally different than it was yesterday, and these guys are just trying to put together a little bit of a plan that they had yesterday of just the last weekend of, you know, catching a little bit later in the day when it warmed up a little bit. I do see a couple other teams in this area kind of scoping around a little bit. I had a team that was kind of fishing the bank this morning and then turned to scoping, so this little pocket's going to hold a lot of fish. That water rising, though, like you said, is definitely changing it a lot.
I certainly think you want the water rising. The other thing about that is you have different areas of the lake. Back here in Wind Creek, it's extremely muddy, but then when you get to that Kalijah, Elka Hatch area, it tends to clean up a little bit. So you want a little bit of stained water. You don't want crystal clear water like what we're used to seeing when we come here. So it's going to be interesting to see the different stain of the water throughout the day in the different areas of the lake.
And that stain in the water does help warm the water up too. You know, it gives the sun something to warm up. You know, you always hear that muddy water warms up faster, and you know that'll help these guys today. I think that you'll see the temperature come up pretty quick when this sun gets going. The wind's not blowing a lot right now. It's really kind of mild. You know, we've been here and it's, you know, really whipping hard, but it's just a small little breeze blowing, and the sun's coming up. They got very little clouds in the sky, so it should warm up. It can be those teams that have that. I always say, you know, the later flights in these kind of days, it definitely could hopefully catch some more fish. And Miss Kay, you know, we always catch a lot of limits here. How many limits you think we'll have today?
You know, I still think we're going to have roughly around that 200 mark. You know, guys idle only, that's another thing that we should bring up. Effective October 1, you're idle only 100 feet from the shoreline, a structure, and a dock. So it's going to change the way guys can run this body of water now. So are they going to take the time to idle in backs of those creeks where maybe they can get to different fish? It's going to take a lot longer to get down those creeks in other areas of the lake. So just that particular rule is going to change things, I think, about how they can approach a tournament and what the time it's going to take for them to get there. So it's going to be a little bit different. But I do see Luke kind of snuck around and got on a team that has a history of winning here. So I want to bring him in if we can. If we can bring him in. Luke, it looks like you're trying to improve your image. You're hanging out with some winners out there.
There's no doubt about it. I'm hoping they bring my stat line up. And they are the team to do it. Rob Lee and Steve Winslet. We got lucky. They were right around the corner from us where we were just at, and we caught them making a move, and we were able to land with them right when they stopped. We've not got to chat with them just yet, trying to stay off of them just a little bit here. They're fishing some little run-ins, looks like, and I feel like I just told Jared, they're probably not going to sit anywhere long. These guys have a long history with this lake. You know, they got a lot of things they want to cover today. A few hours to do it, so I expect them to stay on the move. But yeah, these guys always in the running for the ABT here in the South, and a perennial favorite on Lake Martin. fishing shallow, which I know surprises everyone. This is what they like to do. Morning, boys. How many we got so far?
A goose egg.
A goose egg. Miss Kay said she didn't believe that. Miss Kay had to throw him in the bush. They said they're not sitting on any fish just yet. Maybe we'll get to see hopefully we'll get to see the first one.
Well, that will not last long. These guys, any lake that has Martin in the name of it, they have a win there. So I expect that we'll see these guys turn on. I think the sun's going to have to get up, but I like seeing they're close to the bank.
No doubt about it. It's where they're experts.
You know, Jason and I were talking earlier, I'm not sure if you heard, you know, this lake is only down about 3 foot, and normally when we're here that February, early March time frame, we're looking at 7 and 9 feet below summer pool. So there's a lot more water in play than when we're normally here.
No doubt.
Catch anything before 9 o'clock in the morning.
I don't know. This guy, I don't know if you can hear them. They said they catch anything before 9. That's a bonus.
Oh yeah.
I feel like if I can feel my
They're just
toes
biding
by
their
9, that's a bonus.
So that's just an extra bonus.
That's right.
Sure.
Now, we talk a lot about teams that work so well together. The teams that have the most success in the ABT, they know each other, they know what to do, and they break down water together so well. This is one of those teams in there. Prime example of it. Always a pleasure.
I know you just heard Darian say he's going to be on boat 128. That happens to be Gossett and King. Speaking of teams that work well together and do yin and yang, he's about to bring in that team. So I'm going to let you guys hang out on the water. I'm going to sit back here in the studio and watch you guys work.
Turn that heater up. It's like somebody's cutting grass.
Welcome back, Darian.
Let's hear about it.
Well, we pulled up on one boat, and as soon as they saw me, they took off. So I don't know if that's got something to say about me or the fishing, but one of the two scared them away. We've now caught up with Zeke and Ethan.
Yeah, I think Ron and Steve are going to make a little move, guys. We're going to make a move as well.
Oh, wow. Sounded like Luke was running a leaf blower or something, Darian. Did you hear it?
Yeah, he sounded like he was at that steel chainsaw competition.
Yes.
That was a lot of noise there. He's a lot closer to the bank than we are, because I can't hear that where I'm at.
Who you got on that, Luke? I mean, Darian.
We are chasing Zeke and Ethan, but they are also moving pretty quickly.
We're trying to make our way to the back of this pocket here. I think we got a couple teams back there.
Oh, we got a fish on. The net's being grabbed.
Oh, good.
Let's see what. Not a bad one. It doesn't look big, but it's not a bad one for sure.
Say that a little louder, so they'll like to hear that.
I whispered that part.
Not a bad one.
But it could get bigger.
Darren, we're gonna leave it with you. I know it's probably nervous about having to be out here by yourself, but we're gonna slide back here and try to get on CJ Knight and Anthony Goggins.
They just call. Well, we're not in close enough to talk to these guys yet, but they did just make a call. So Zeke and Ethan are confirmed the first limit that I've seen. And could be, so I have to fact check me in a minute, but this could be the first limit of the day we've seen, I believe. The interesting thing, and I'm definitely going to ask these guys about it later, but when we pulled up Zeke, I believe it's Zeke. I can't really tell, they're bundled up a lot, but Zeke was, or whoever was in the back of the boat was just propped up on that seat, not even really casting. And typically this team, the funny thing is right as we pulled up on them, I noticed that whoever's in the black jacket was propped up on the seat, and normally Zeke and Ethan do not do that, and right now he's got his hands in his pockets. I don't know if I don't know why. I don't know if it's because of the way they're fishing specifically. I don't know if they're picking up individual fish that are moving fast and they don't really need to have two baits in on them. But I am going to ask them about this because normally they're side by side casting and really working together. They can still work together if one of them's working the net, but I don't know that this is Zeke in this case. Can you confirm?
Got one.
This is not Zeke and Ethan. This is their tracker. This is not Zeke and Ethan. If y'all are listening to me say Zeke and Ethan, I apologize. Our tracker, I'm not going to lie, I have not thought that's them since we pulled up, but the tracker says we're on Zeke and Ethan. That's poor reporting on my end. I was good. Based off of the tracker, that is fake news. And as I was talking about earlier on our AirPods, we hear a lot of different things. Luke Duncan's actually not on live right now, but I can hear it in my ear. And honestly, he said something so dumb, I don't even want to repeat it, really, honestly. But we do have another fish catch on, so these guys are, I can tell you why they're not, one of the bags not fishing, is because he's just manning the net all day. This is a Lake Martin. Luke wants me to make sure these guys are even fishing the ABT tournament. This is a typical Lake Martin, what you're probably going to see a lot. Maybe we won't be able to see it a ton today, but I'm imagining that Luke will talk to a lot of guys that are doing this exact same thing. They're weighing every single fish because this is going to be ounces, making tiny coals every time, but they're going to keep moving up, but you can't just eyeball them and look because they're all cookie cutter, same size fish, just moving up, ounces at a time. But those are definitely going to play because it's, you're going to go through so many fish and there's so many people are catching the same size fish that every single ounce is going to make a big difference.
What's up, guys?
Morning. What's y'all's boat number?
27.
Boat number 27.
Hunter Davidson, Larry Davidson. Old Mooch man is putting in some work this morning.
Yeah. How many y'all got 5 cold a couple of times since we've been here? What do they weigh?
I thought about 9 pounds.
9 pounds. That's exactly what I was talking about. They're you're not moving up a ton, but it's like every time you make a coal, you still have to weigh them because it's. Yeah, I'm by a fireplace. We've got this boat that we're in, got a little fireplace on it. That's a pack of crackers. You heard crackers on those crackers. Dang, Luke is going to make fun of me again. I can't wait till Luke gets back in here. So we've got our iPads. Kenny, we talked about this before. We've got our iPads. And the iPads, we've got all of the boat numbers and who's fishing the tournament. And then on the other app that we've got pulled up is the tracker. And the tracker basically shows, we've got these trackers all about 40 boats. So we pulled up on what we thought was 128 Zeke Gossett, Ethan King. It wasn't, but then, so he said they're boat number 27. So I pull up the list, click on number 27, and it was a different name than what he said. I thought I just misreported the boat number again. However, I was on the Smith Lake list. So I'm on the proper list now. Hunter Davidson, Larry Davidson, boat number 27. That was the name that they said out loud, but as I'm looking at it, oh boy. Hey, we're dialed now though. We got the right list pulled up, we have the right lake pulled up, and they're calling fish. Well, they called 3 times since we've been here already? Another fish hooked up. There's another boat in the back of this pocket. I'm wondering if that is Zeke and Ethan. Because they're up together on the front deck. That's more Zeke and Ethan, right?
There's a boat up there.
Well, while these guys are calling fish, we're going to take a little commercial break, and we will be right back with some more live action here on Lake Martin.
The Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, and by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a Ned BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding so much.
Oh, yeah, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Head Fury, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Jack's here, and we've noticed a lot of so-called value meals don't seem to value your appetite. That's not the case with our $6 dinner deals after 4. Choose from 2 pieces of hand-breaded fried chicken, savory chopped steak, chicken fried chicken with house-made gravy, or juicy 3-piece chicken fingers, along with 2 generous sides and a made-from-scratch flaky biscuit, all for only $6. As for all those other value meals out there, well, bless their hearts. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail South Division Lay Lake in Alexander City, Alabama. We are at Wind Creek State Park, one of the crowning jewels in the Alabama State Park system. 44,000 acres, over 850 miles of shoreline here at Lake Martin. And as we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the water is up where it normally isn't when we're here this time of the year. We're only down 3 foot from summer pool A lot of rain and wind and storms moved through this area back on Saturday and Sunday. Floating debris in the water, you may see some of that as we're on live today. But 225 teams registered for this event back in August of 2014, and they've anxiously awaited of getting started. 221 limits weighed out of a 225 boat field last year when we were here. Mark McKeag and Tim Hurst took home the win and took home over $23,000 for a one-day tournament and a $320 entry fee. So a lot of excitement last night at the meeting. What normally people would talk about, our safety briefing, we went through that over at Central Alabama Community College. Such a great place here at Alexander City, Wind Creek State Park. It is packed full of boats and trailers and trucks this morning. So we're excited to be here. We'll be here till about 11:30 today, and then we'll be back at 3 o'clock for the weigh-in. Please come out. There's bleacher seating here. We would love to have you visit here. Long storied history here at Lake Martin for the Alabama Bass Trail. Weights anywhere from 13 to 16 pounds have been our winning weight. 1606 is the overall heavyweight here at Lake Martin. So looking forward to that. It is going to take that 4-pound largemouth. If we can find that bigger bite, that's what's going to take to take home that big cardboard check today. Interesting enough, out of a 225 boat field, we had 150 bags that measured from 7 to 10 pounds last year. So as Darian's talking about, you're going to see people measuring. They're going to put them on those measuring boards. They're going to weigh them. It's just very important at this tournament. Half pound or even just a few ounces can make a big difference in your check and in your points. Moving on to the championship. It will be at Wheeler Lake later on in October in Decatur, Alabama. $100,000 no entry fee championship with $50,000 going to the first place winners. Jason is on a team, and if I'm not mistaken, he is on boat 225, the last boat that went out this morning, but they were sitting atop of the Angler of the Year points last year. Mr. CJ Knight and Anthony Goggins took home a $2,500 bonus for being the Anglers of the Year in the South Division. Jason, I know you've had a time to talk to them. Can you tell us a little bit about how their day's going thus far?
Well, you timed it just right because they're bringing, I think, fish number 4 into the boat right there. They said they're going to make a run here in a minute. They had planned to make this run later in the day. Anyway, they just pulled in here, and we're really surprised there weren't many teams. And they said, well, you know what, we know some spots in here. They'd kind of done really well here last year, so they decided, you know what, we're just going to make this bounce around here a little bit and just fish these little spots, let the water kind of calm down, and then we're going to go make our run down south of where everybody else is. And they've got a plan to go down there and catch them. He said today that it looks like the water dropped about a foot overnight. He said that's really going to affect some guys today. And, you know, they've said that they feel like they're on the bed for sure. He said somebody's really going to catch them. I heard rumors of that all week, and you know, last week the guys were saying they were getting up on bed. And these spots like to spawn early. They are harder to catch when they do spawn down here. It's a different deal. You hear times guys talking about bed fishing and just going to bed fishing and catching them really easy. The spots here just seem to be harder to catch during that time. So one reason why we haven't seen some really big fish weighed in the last couple of weeks, but hopefully today we're going to see that with some of these fish coming off bed and on bed and kind of moving around. But that water dropping down a little bit is going to affect some of that. So he said they would fish here for just a few minutes, going to go scope out the mouth of this creek for just a little bit, and then they're going to make a run. So got our guys right here. Pretty cool to see them early. Got off to an early start this morning, and going to get it done today. So hopefully we see them holding them high at the end of the day this afternoon. That extra money last year, you know, the extra Angler of the Year money, a lot of gas money for this year. That's really cool.
It is. You know, last year, Jason, this team placed 8th here at Lake Martin. They complained about boat number. I don't know if you watched the Best of show, but I got really hammered by both of the Angler of the Year teams talking about boat number. These guys went out last boat. They've got the longest part of the day to fish. Will that make a difference today as we see the day progress?
I mean, it's going to be dark when they're still fishing. They don't weigh until 5 this afternoon. So they've got every opportunity in the world to catch them. So they know that, and you know they're letting other guys get down there and kind of fish through probably some of their area. But they've got a better plan. They hope that's going to pay off for them. The water warming up.
Seems like we lost Jason out on the water. We're going to go ahead and show you a pre-tape piece we taped this morning. These are the guys, Jason, Darian, and Luke, talking about this tournament, talking about baits that they expect to play today. So we're going to roll that right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first stop of the ABT South 2025. Me, Luke, and Jason are about to pick our baits that we predict will catch fish today. I'm going to go with this one right here, the jerk. On the back of it, it's got a picture of a minnow being shook, and that's what I think I'm going to see a bunch of today. I'm going to be freezing, but here's the deal: I'm going to be in here shaking. Yeah. So I know if you're fishing, you're just naturally, you got a little shake to you today.
A little twitch to it?
Yeah, you got a little natural shake today.
I thought you were going to say it had your picture on.
No, I wish.
But it didn't. The mayor swim bait, we talked about it a lot, but this is the new 2.5-inch Lake Martin full of spotted bass. We're going to see some live scoping today. I think a little mayor wound around on the head, other than hand warmers, could be the key today.
Year 12 of the ABT, big time, right? We're getting started today. I'm going to go find some dirty water. Had a lot of rain lately. It's been a little cold. Tour guide striking spinnerbait. Didn't cut it off this morning because I got it tied on ready to roll. We're going to go catch them.
All right, we have for real caught up with Zeke and Ethan finally. Boat number 128. Look, I'm gonna be honest. I knew when I saw that other boat that it wasn't them, but I was second guessing myself because the tracker was lying to me. But this is the real Zeke and real Ethan confirmed. Boat number 128. All right, Jason. I actually found the correct boat number this time. No more improper streaming.
You were in my ear when we were trying to move it up on these other teams, and I just heard it all falling apart. I was like, I don't know, Darian, what's happening? I didn't know if your coffee was wearing off or something like that.
Yeah, it was falling apart. Things kind of melted down a little bit. We're good now.
Thankful for commercial breaks. You know, they're always there to save the day. So you caught up with them. What kind of weight they got?
I haven't actually talked to them yet. They're like really dialed. They're definitely looking at some fish right now and making mini casts. So I'm not bothering them at this moment. But the boat that we stopped on was kind of out in the mouth, out in the mouth of this creek, which is much deeper and way off the bank. They are way closer to the bank. And when I heard y'all talking about fish moving up a spawn, it was actually, we got a fish on real quick. Zeke's getting the net. Ethan's got the fish. A little chunker, nothing big, but just a little chunker. But when y'all were talking about fish moving up to spawn, it made me think that like if that's actually happening, fish are moving up. You know, Zeke and Ethan being this far.
2-pounder, yes.
Yeah. What y'all got now?
I'll tell you in a second.
Okay. He's waiting on me. He said I'll tell you in a second.
He don't want to talk to you.
Oh, this is good.
Eight on the dot.
8 pounds. Look at there.
8 pounds on the dot.
8 pounds on the dot. There you go. How many fish have y'all caught this morning?
This is about our 4th time culling, so
yeah,
about 9, I guess.
He said this is their 4th time culling. Jason, I'm not gonna lie, you heard 8 pounds on the dot before I did somehow. Like you said it in my ear, and then I guess I just didn't hear him say it the first time. 8 pounds on the dot. He said this is the 4th call.
I got it. I called him just because you weren't asking me questions. We already did the interview. Too scared to talk to him. Misidentified him as somebody else. Who was that other team?
I don't. Boat number 27, Davidson and Davidson.
Hunter and
Larry
Davidson. You know, it made them famous today for sure. I think they had more weight than these guys too, didn't they?
I believe they did. I think they had 9 pounds.
Yeah.
So that counters what I was just about to say. So I'm
they're really going to participate. A lot of guys fishing the bank over there. I know you had one guy out in the middle, but man, all my guys seem to be fishing the bank except for one.
No, everybody. No, we did. The team that we pulled up on, Chapel and Davis, they were fishing the bank, and then they took off running. So I don't know, but no, everybody down here is scoping. I don't know if the camera can see far off to the left. There's that same boat, number 27. It's kind of moved in a little closer, and they just caught one as well.
There's a dog barking. I know you can hear it. That sunshine coming up feels good.
Jason, I already know that as soon as I see Curtis Gossett again, that's Zeke's dad, he is definitely going to give me some sort of a comment. He's going to make fun of me to some extent that how could I have misidentified Zeke? And I get that.
Yeah,
I understand.
But
he's definitely going to bring it up
because keep in your wallet. Keep in your wallet.
Miss Kay in our ear said he
looks like. You know. Oh yeah,
Miss Kay said
all
he
over
already
the chat and everything.
He already texted. He's already. I know.
These boys are going to make a run. We're going to slide around the corner here. I think we've got another team up ahead of us. So there goes your 2024 Angler of the Year. Going to get them.
Fish on. Ethan is hooked up. Another good one. Doesn't look quite as big as the last one, but still gonna weigh in. Like I was saying earlier with that other boat, every single one of these spots, you've got to weigh all of them because it's gonna be a game of ounces. That's cool. And if you can look, Kenny, if you look past to the next boat, all the way behind them, that guy's catching one right now too. There's a lot of fish being caught in here right now.
Try to get 10 pounds and then try to catch a big one.
Yeah.
We're just waiting on it to warm up. It's going to warm up nice today.
Y'all gonna go to the bank to try and catch a big one?
Yeah. We had all the practice. We really hadn't caught any real giants out here. We're just trying to get some, two somethings. Hopefully look across maybe a 3. But
that's right.
Yeah, we're gonna, after about 12 o'clock probably we'll be back on the bank somewhere.
For the rest of the day, you're not going to do it anymore?
We're just going to see how the day goes. I mean, we're catching them pretty consistently. The problem is out here is doing better in the afternoon too.
Gotcha.
A little bit better size, but so we're just kind of see how it goes. If we feel like we got enough, but we hadn't really caught any big ones shallow. But here you have to kind of do that in order to get one of the better ones. I feel like.
That's right.
At least the largemouth. I don't even think I've only caught a handful of largemouth out here. With it being this cold, I thought we'd have to catch a few doing this.
Yeah.
Plus that water coming up and down and made it go weird too. It rose like 4 foot. Now I think it's dropping back down now.
What's your guess on the winning weight?
Man, I don't know. It's probably, I would probably say 15 to 16.
Yeah.
But it's ABT, so you never really know.
That's right. Well, y'all heard it there from the man. He says they're with the cold. I don't know how well y'all could hear that, but with the cold, he felt like we could, have to start out here, slow down, and y'all can see that we've covered several boats that are burning around. They're fishing a lot more methodical, picking off fish, and it seems like when they cast it, when they catch it. And he's like, well, if we can get to 10 pounds, we're going to go to the bank for a while, and then just let the day kind of tell us what's going on. He did say that when they go to the bank after, around 12 o'clock, they're going to go to the bank. He also said that the bite out here gets better after that too. So that's going to make some decision-making skills be sharp, which these guys are probably, some of the best for sure that we cover that fish the ABT as far as decision-making, and they always have a story at weigh-ins of, well, we decided to do this instead of that, and it normally works out for them. So I'm sure they'll be able to figure it out. I'm sorry.
That's fish number 2. Fish number 2 in the whole conversation.
While I've been talking. Fish number 2 while I've been talking.
Drag it. Yeah, and dragging the old ball and chain too. Taking it old school over here.
Golly. Tell me it wasn't a baby rush hog.
And I'm not going to say, man, it could be bigger. It could be a bigger one. No, it's a great fish. You got one. Put it in the box. I don't actually know what he's throwing on, but it's tiny. Whatever it is, really tiny Carolina rig. I don't know if you caught the joke when I pulled up to it. I'm on Zeke Gossett, Ethan King. Actually, it's David Talley and Troy McClellan. I don't even know how to say his city. U-P-A-T-O-I. Troy, how did he say the town you live in? Sir? Say the town you live in. Upatoy. Upatoy, Georgia.
I was gonna say Utopia.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but I did not want to say it wrong. How many you got? 3 in the box? 4? Is that 5? That's 3? You got 2 of them while we were here. Good job, guys. How was practice for you guys? 3 hours and y'all got it figured out. It looks like it's from what we've seen. We pulled up, you caught one, and caught another one, so we're going to say you got it figured out. Okay, I've heard that. And you're dragging the old ball and chain today. What's on the other end of that thing? Speed crawl. Green pumpkin speed crawl. If you're looking for a bait to throw at Lake Martin.
Trying to get 5 so we can go try to catch a bigger.
Yeah. What kind of weight do you think it's going to take today?
What everybody on watching TV? It's possible it could be
17, 18.
But I'm hoping it's going to be 15 and we got it.
I got you. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
A payday either way at that point.
That's right.
Darren, I guess Luke put it on the trailer.
Yeah, I think Luke put it on the trailer, headed back.
What number?
Luke.
7?
Yeah, 7.
How many is that for y'all?
3.
3, okay.
Yeah, the bad part about it is we headed down. Our steering broke.
Oh no.
Yeah, right here. So we ain't never fished here before, so
We just called up with the logins for Travis and Roy, boat 7. And they said their steering broke.
They took it as far as they could take it.
So yeah, and said they never fished here before. We just pulled up though. Just pulled up, and they were hung in a tree, and all of a sudden we saw some panic, and a fish apparently got his jig off the tree, and they were able to catch it. That's 3 fish. So making chicken salad this morning for sure.
Question is, how are they getting?
What are they making? What are they making chicken salad out of, Luke? No,
just
more
some Lake Martin muddy water chicken.
While you were gone, I did misdiagnose Ethan King and Zeke Gossett for a totally different
Please
boat.
tell me you heard that, Ray. Please tell me you heard that.
I did hear all that. Did you hear me yelling at you through the comms? Because I was having a great time.
I did.
We did hear you, I'm not gonna lie. And look, I would say 99% sure that was not who the tracker says, but there was in the Tritons, the same boat. But I know that I've never seen Zeke sit down ever in my life, and the guy in the back was sitting down. So that was kind of the key that tipped me off. But you never know. I don't know if they're fishing with I didn't know. I mean, I don't know. I'll take a strike for that.
We know.
I just went with it. Sometimes if your gut's telling you to do something, you know what I mean, just don't do it. Hey, just go the other way.
I heard you like, now we're on Trey Swindle and Sam George.
Yeah.
I did hear that too. He's working off the championship list from last year.
Yeah. Yeah, then they told me their boat number, and I pulled the list up. And then there was the wrong name on the list of what they just said. So then I thought I told them the wrong boat number. Turns out I was on Smith Lake from the 2012 list. I still had Justin Atkins fishing this thing.
Covered Craig Daniel and Jackie Black.
Oh, I think we got some decent one. That's a big jump. He's still gonna lay him though.
Boys, I don't know if y'all stopped with the sun beaming down on you just yet, but I'm feeling like these bass are going to be feeling this dirty water here in a little bit. They're going to be up on these rocks and trees at some point because, man, that sun feels nice.
Well, I've just laid down and just warming up, just sunning. Feels so good.
Oh, Ethan's got one now too, back to back. His bait barely even hit the water.
Sure, it's Ethan.
I think it's Ethan.
Hooked up.
I'm never, y'all. I can just guarantee you, this is never going to end. This joke will never end. We'll be on the 15th tournament.
He tried to
and
take.
This joke will still be going.
He tried
on.
to take the rod from you. One of these loggins boys just about got assaulted by a Lake Martin bass that decided he wanted his jig worse than he did. Right at the boat. Tried to snatch it from him. That's number 4. The team chicken salad here.
Team chicken salad.
Can we talk about how good of a lake it is as far as like just numbers of fish? If your steering can break and you get put on a random bank and then you already got 4.
Yeah, man.
Oh, this place has got a ton of fish.
Since we've been here.
This is a place to go if you want to go fishing.
Yeah, if you want to introduce somebody to fishing, you want to go somewhere and just get bites for sure. This is that kind of fishery, and you know it's always been that way. Just so many fish, largemouth and spots.
Our boat captain for today.
Fisheries like Gunnersville, you know, where you're going to catch an 8-pounder necessarily, but man, it's such a fun lake.
Yeah. Our boat driver for today said that there was a tournament last weekend, and it wasn't last weekend. It's sometime.
Logan Park tournament.
It was I guess it was in the fall.
This year.
But he said they had It was this year, yeah, at some point in time. They had there's an app of some sort where you could upload your fish catches to it. He said over a weekend tournament there was 6,000 bass uploaded to that app that was caught. It was a high school and college tournament, and there was 6,000 bass uploaded to the app that got caught. Ethan's got another one. That one looks better. Another coal. Man, I bet we've seen them catch 10 fish since we've been here.
Well, guys, I think we're going to make a move. So I'm going to let y'all have it. Darian, you just try to stay on the right team, okay?
I'll try my best.
Can't believe he's so mean to you, Darian.
I know.
So unfortunate. Mistakes happen.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Shake it off, buddy. Sure nobody noticed. I'm sure Miss Kay didn't take notes on that incident at all.
No. Yeah, that one's going to be tracked. That's going to come on my. Yeah, that's going to come on my quarterly review. Miss Kay did just send us a text that says last year there were 104 bags weighed in between 8 and 10 pounds, which is literally the difference of one fish, not even a big fish, just a normal, 2.5, maybe 3 pounder is the difference of that if you're catching all these same size spotted bass. So, I mean, just think about one bite that's not even a ton bigger than what you've been catching to move you 104 places.
A 4 pounder here is monumental. I mean, it just makes
Yeah,
such
4
a
pounder
difference,
here.
especially if you can get four decent ones to go with a 4 pounder, and you're cooking with grease.
Typically, when I fish a lot of tournaments, I'll catch 4 decent ones to go with a 1 pounder. You know what I mean? So I'll fall back about 80, 90 spots, land somewhere in about 145th, somewhere around there.
The beautiful thing about that is you always get home early. You don't ever have to stand around.
Yeah, I get home early.
You don't have to film any interviews at the end. It's really, you know, it's a blessing and a curse, I would say.
Yeah. Well, and also it leaves a lot less.
By bringing them a lot of checks.
Exactly. And it just leaves a lot less, you know, question for the other anglers. Like, I wonder if Darian caught him today. Typically, they just know the answer. No, he didn't catch him. So they don't even got to wonder. They can just look to the next guy.
We're shedding layers in the logging boat right now. They're getting wild with it. Oh, I know. It does feel good in the sun. Poor fish got them warming up.
It feels very good in the sun.
Yep, Martin is one of those places you hear people talk about Florida fishing. You know, we've got some Elite Series and Tackle Warehouse Pro Circuit action down there right now, the Invitationals. And Florida is all about catch 4 decent ones, but you got to have a big one, right? Like the big bags are always anchored by a big one, and it's the same way here. It's absolutely the same way. You rarely see somebody come in with 5 good ones here. I heard Zeke and Ethan, when you were talking to them, they were talking about going to the bank, and you do see that a lot on Martin, especially early in the year. It seems like if you're going to catch a bigger largemouth, it's going to be up in the dirt.
Yep. Zeke made a comment that he hadn't caught many largemouth at all off the bank. Like it's you're really only catching spotted bass off the bank.
I think it's because spots are bullies.
Yeah, I can see that.
Also, these largemouth around a little bit. They got strength in numbers. Loggins boys bobbing around the jig a little bit. We've seen some spinnerbait action this morning, some ABT6 action this morning. Darian, what's your win and weight guess for today? I feel like we haven't talked about that yet this morning. What are you thinking?
I'm going to say it takes less than 16. I think it's going to be a lower weight, a lot of fish. Everybody's going to talk about how many fish they caught, but I'm going to say 1569, 15.69.
I'm going to go with around 14. Just think these conditions,
you're gonna go lower
cold,
than me.
the water level fluctuations, 14 might take home the prize today. Because with 14, that means you caught a couple good ones. You know, you got a couple of those better than average bites. Kind of hoping both are only going to take like 18.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Zeke and Ethan just caught another one, by the way, and they're weighing it. Another call. I will say, Luke, with live scope now being kind of the thing, as a team partner, you've got to adapt a little bit, because you remember, I mean, back in the day, when you'd weigh in 5 fish, you try to be the one that caught at least 3 of those 5. Otherwise, you know, then you're going to get. Houston would always say, "Well, I caught most of them." Live scoping though is a lot different, because a lot of times it's you got a guy mostly casting, and you got a guy mostly running the net, and that's the new teamwork. It's not, you know, back in the day it was like, well,
like
man, you're working your jig too fast. Slow it down a little bit. Make a longer cast. Get your crankbait up on the rocks.
Yeah. It's a lot like sight fishing, right? You got one guy fishing for a bed
Yep,
fish.
yeah, you're exactly right.
While your power pole down.
Yep.
Now we do, you know, with Zeke and Ethan at Smith a couple weeks ago, though, the areas they were fishing, Zeke was fishing out of the back. He was actually throwing a swim bait. We saw him catch a nice fish out of the back, while Ethan was scoping out off the bank just a little bit. So depending on the lake, you know, and the setup, the guy in the back can find something else to do. I think at Guntersville in the ABT 100, you saw them fishing 2 different patterns, while one was scoping, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Well, one thing that I didn't actually want to blow up from the last tournament, or I didn't really want to talk about it a ton, but there was a team that we covered, and they're so good with live scope and understanding it. I say they're so good. Maybe this is a very specific instance, but they were both throwing at different fish, and whoever was running the troll motor would like go back and forth between baits, and they weren't on the same, different angles. One's throwing out the front, one's throwing out the right, and they were able to hop over, hit the bait on the right, turn their foot, look at the bait on the front, hop over and look at the bait on the right, and they were going back and forth, essentially both scoping at the same time. But I thought that was pretty neat.
It's not easy to do either.
What's funny about these two is you can tell when they're about to catch one, because if Zeke, like, since Ethan's running the trolling motor, Zeke is watching him, and Zeke will just totally stop fishing, and you just know Ethan's about to catch it. He looks so dialed, and every time, I mean, Zeke just jumps down and grabs the net, and it's like clockwork. These guys have done this. This isn't their first or second rodeo at all. Does he have one? Where's he working his bait?
Darren, I think we're going to move away from the Loggins crew here and go check in on another team right around the corner.
Okay. Ethan's got a little one. Yeah, they're catching a lot of fish. Looks like their baits crossed or something. Zeke had to cut his bait off. Got wrapped around Ethan's line.
We're trying to double up.
Yeah. Oh, was it really?
We're trying to.
Is there a lot of fish?
I thought mine bit. It was his. He was reeling his in. I thought mine bit.
Oh, that's funny. He said they were trying to double up. There was multiple fish, so Zeke threw it and kind of went popping. How many fish are out there? A bunch?
Yeah, you'll go. It's not really like huge groups. It's 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Like them last 3 we've caught, they've been by themselves.
Does that little high spot out there, do you think that has anything to do with it, or is that just, that's not even part of this at all?
Honestly, like, there's thousands of these on this lake, of course.
Yeah.
This one just seems to have deeper water running to it.
Gotcha.
And I guess that's my guess. Like, it just runs, like, the deeper water stays all the way back through here. I really don't know. They've been kind of random. Like, you just have to get in the area and really go slow.
Slower than a lot of other people, too.
Yeah, you just go slow, and you'll see one kind of cruising the bottom. Or some of them, like, one of those fish back there, it was in, like, 55.
Wow.
And then the one he just caught right there was in 15. So.
Wow.
We stay at about 30 and just look out left and right.
So he said that one of the fish they caught back out a little bit earlier was in 55 feet of water when he caught it. And then the one that they just caught was in 15. So they're having to, what he said, like they're just looking everywhere and fish. I'm sure y'all are noticing this, but earlier we were on the Millers and they were on 100, blowing through, you know, tons of water, where Zeke and Ethan are fishing so much slower and just panning around a bunch. But I mean, every time they make a cast, they're casting at a fish and they're making a bunch of casts. So there's definitely fish around. And I asked them about a high spot over there to the right. There's a kind of a buoy sticking out of the water, and there's just an underwater island that you can't really see. Y'all probably can't see it on TV, but there's just a high spot that comes up, and that was my question to him. Does that have anything to do with it? You know, you go fish an island. He said he thinks it has a little bit more to do with the water depth that bumps up to that island more so than just the island. Play back some of their fish catches right here. We've got several replays with these guys, but you can see they're only throwing spinning rods, set up some sort of minnow they're both throwing, and a lot of times you don't lose those fish too, which is a good thing. We've got another fish catch here, and you know, you're using really light line. You've got your drag set, so it's, you know, the fish, when you catch one, the fish is able to run. You're not going to lose a ton of fish. You get a little hook. Most of the time, they're always getting it pretty good, and which makes it comfortable to get the fish back to the net. And especially when you got a team like these two, they're, you know, as soon as one sets the hook, the other jumps down, grabs the net, and you know, even the smaller ones are still netting the fish just to be safe. Now, obviously, some of these really, really tiny ones, they don't have to, but for the most part, you've seen Zeke grab the net. And you know, like this one specifically, he's gonna end up culling it, or weighing it and then culling it. But we talked about earlier, you got to weigh every single one of these just because there's so many fish and they're all the same size. And if you can cull up ounces at a time, that's gonna be a big deal in this tournament. So it takes a little bit more time, but these guys know just from experience that you have to do all the little things like that, because every ounce pays off at the end of the year in Angler of the Year points. For today, as far as getting a check, Jason, welcome back to the party. I'm gonna actually ask to toss it to you full screen for just a few minutes.
Oh,
and
full screen.
we'll
What you got
right
going
back
over there?
We're gonna hop around.
Good luck, bud. How are you? We are with our 2024 winners. Mark, were you sitting down making sandwiches when I pulled up?
I just caught one.
Oh, okay, caught one. Okay, I was like, I didn't know if you were trying to get Tim a sandwich or something.
No, I just caught one. It's on a 50.
Got 5. What kind of weight you think you got?
We got two somethings and 3 1.5 pounds. So
Off to a good start.
8 pounds. A lot better than we had last year at this time.
Well, we know what happened last year.
I know. We're hoping that happens again.
I mean, I'm all for it. Is it a lot different than it was last year, though, isn't it?
Do what?
A lot different than it was last year.
A lot colder. Water's, similar as far as come up a lot, but as far as the color, we have a lot of color in the water.
So I got 5 for 18. If I heard that right. What did you say weight-wise it was?
Today?
5 for 8?
Yeah, I'd say.
I had you at 18, so I was going to go with that. Because I'm like, if you got 18 here, dude, I mean, let's just go put it on the trailer.
Mark it, dude. That's right. I'm used to Darian finding me. I'm not used to you finding me. I don't know what you did this time.
Well,
Darian's like, he's got like his own tracker on him.
he does actually.
Yeah, he finds us in every tournament, whether we have a tracker or not. He's the one that runs up on us.
Well, you'll have to go back and listen to live. He'll misidentify you today. You don't know who he's around. He's just calling all kind of names.
I told him the last time he found us, I said, man, I'm glad you don't fish tournaments no more. You got a lot of good places.
He can get around you for sure.
He just comes in a place, he's like, I figured there'd be somebody back here and it'd be us. He knew to go look there.
The Alabama Bass Trail is sponsored by Rapala, VMC, Crush City, TH Marine.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
I leave nothing to chance when it comes to hooks. They are the most critical part of the equation.
This is truly the best hook I've ever used.
Thinner, stronger, slicker, all the pluses that you really want in a hook. That red line right in the roof of her mouth, exactly where you want to get them.
When you have the opportunity to create something good, you might as well make this great. And I think that's what we did with the Red Line series of hooks.
In the relentless pursuit of domination on the water, one name stands above the rest. TH Marine's Atlas Jackplate. The power behind champions since 2007. The driving force that propels you to victory. More winners choose Atlas. For the fisherman who demands the best, Atlas delivers. Because every move counts. More winners choose Atlas.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Here's some words to describe Jack's $6 dinner deals. Southern, hearty, tasty, savory, stupendous. Not really a word, but you get the idea. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Well, welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail South Division. The first stop here at Lake Martin. On the team of Mark McKeag and Tim Hurst. Winners here last year. Got 8 pounds currently. Just caught a fish while we were in commercial break. It called out. It was not big enough to upgrade. Really got to take our time here and upgrade. Sometimes you're upgrading by ounces just to get up to that check range and then hopefully get up into that top 5. It's really going to be a tight weight today. They weighed 1465 last year. And they said earlier it was currently they got a little over 8 pounds. They had more weight currently than they did last year this time. So on the way to a good start. Still got plenty of time. Water's going to warm up. Sun's going to keep coming out. Hopefully make this bite a little bit better. You know, we started at the North Division 2 weeks ago. We were at Smith Lake. Mark and Tim, who are a team that you would always see doing really well on the Alabama Bass Trail, they finished second in the North Division. So off to a really good start there as well. You know, with only one tournament, they're second place in AOI currently. So a team that fishes a lot and works together really well, does really well on the water. Looking for some more Phoenix bonus money. Fishing out of a 21XE today. Marcus told me that's his favorite model. When we came out with the 21XE, he said, this is really my favorite boat now.
In a row.
All right, buddy. Appreciate y'all for time today. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, man. Boat looks good today.
Do what?
I said the boat looks good today.
Thank you. I cleaned it for you just for
Thank you. Thank you. Makes good TV.
Monday, I took a picture of one this morning that I'm gonna get my next one.
How many is this one right here?
Gosh, I don't know. I really don't know. 10, maybe?
Gotta be
I'm
at
not
least.
sure.
Be safe.
Best boat on the market.
There's your commercial right there, folks. Mark got our 10,000 boat a couple years ago. Been a believer in Phoenix since the beginning. So, Miss Kay. There and Tim.
Jason, I have to mention to you, it does not hurt my feelings to see Mark McKeag in that Phoenix bass boat. And as we're calling boats this morning, and that was a job I got to do this morning, it is really cool to see the progression and the growth in the Phoenix brand here in the Alabama Bass Trail. Year number 1, 2014, we had 22 Phoenix boats. And looking back over the 2025 roster, we are almost at 50% of the field in Phoenix boats. So that's a really awesome progression for the Alabama Bass Trail. You know, we've seen the growth with sponsorships with Garmin and sponsorships with Phoenix, and that's why you do it. And when you can also win an additional $8,000 by having that, an additional $1,000 with Garmin, finance that boat and truck with AmFirst, I mean, you're looking at taking home right at $25,000 to $28,000 on a one-day tournament. So we appreciate Phoenix and all the things they've been with us since day one. They were one of the first paying sponsors on the Alabama Bass Trail, so real fun to be able to see the progression with that sponsorship. A lot of things going on out on the water. Guys are moving. I can see the trackers, and you see a lot of blue lines, and that tells me that guys have been on the move today, which is exactly what they said during the meeting. A lot of these guys are going to hit 30, 40 spots. Reminds me a lot of being on Eufaula. As Robbie Floyd would always say, it's exactly the same but different. These guys are not really running brush piles. They're running a lot of different spots. Seeing a lot of guys up in the creek, so a lot of bank fishing, which is something we like to see. We know that 2 weeks ago, water temps were 65, 66 degrees. The fish were getting ready. What we would think is going to bed and had a cold front, a lot of water came in, changed things quite a bit. So the guys are running around. I think they're just as lost as some of the fish that are out there, but we're going to get back out on the water in just a minute. Darian is going to be on a team soon, but I do want to remind you, weigh-in does start at 3 o'clock. The first 2 tournaments of the year were a little delayed in getting blasted off, and then weigh-in starts at 3. Starting in March, we'll start that 2:30 weigh-in. So we'll be back to releasing sometime between 6:15 and 6:30. Weigh-ins will start at 2:30. So, but we are at Wind Creek State Park in Alexander City. That is the site for the weigh-in today. So if you're in the area, please make sure that you stop by. Wind Creek State Park is one of the crowning jewels in the state of Alabama in our state park system. Great campground, great boating access, cabins, cottages, camping, glamping, everything that you can think to do. They have it here at Wind Creek State Park. Make sure that you visit, I think it is www.alapark.com, all your Alabama state parks there. Do want to talk a little bit about the fishing that they're looking for today. Largemouth and spotted bass on this body of water, 12-inch minimum length is what we're looking for today. And as always, Alabama Bass Trail measures with the mouth closed and the tail fan. So that is it. Mark Brown will be on the bump sink today measuring all of these fish. We have Frank Doganero will be on our live release tanks. He'll be administering all the fish care. So we will be doing all of that come 3 o'clock. Guys can weigh in as early as 2 o'clock, but I'm not really thinking we're going to see that today. Though it's going to warm up, the sun's going to get up, the water's going to warm up, and I think the fishing will as well. So we're looking forward to it. Thank you guys for tuning in, whether you're tuning in on YouTube or on Facebook or on Alabama Bass Trail 100 or alabamabasstrail.org. We appreciate your time. Send us your questions. We'll be glad to pose those to the anglers. Seeing a lot of bank fishing, which is exciting to me. I do enjoy watching people live scope. I'm probably, maybe one of the few that enjoy doing that. But I do like watching that. Hopefully this year when we get over to maybe a Lake Gunnersville and Logan Martin, we may see more fish going on bed. But we're going to get out to Darian. He is with a new team. Darian, what boat number are you with?
I'm on boat number 224. I'm pretty sure, which is Nicholas Turner and Jolie. And we just pulled up, so we're not near.
Hey, they closed out the season pretty good, winning the ABT championship on Lay Lake.
I would say that. The funny thing is, when we talked to them after they won the championship on Lay, they were talking about how they've adapted, they learned live scope, and they were comfortable with it. But in that tournament, they just fish old school. They fish their strengths and stuff, the history from the lake. And they talked about, even in the championship, they won, that they didn't even hit a lot of stuff in practice. They left a bunch of just places that they know they should get a bite or, whatever, running off history, and it worked out for them. And so we saw on the map where they're at with the trackers, so we ran over to this area expecting, because on the trackers it looks like they're on the bank right now. And it's funny, as soon as we got back here, they're in the middle of this pocket live scoping, and it's cool. We talk about this a lot, but with the increase of technology, you can either adapt to it and learn it, or hide from it and talk, bash it or whatever. But at the end of the day, technology is changing. You need to learn it if you want to compete consistently at every single lake. Right now they're not on the bank as much, so you're not, like Zeke said, the bites turn on the bank in the afternoon. Well, these guys aren't just going to wait till the afternoon to start fishing. You got to figure it out. So being able to learn the technology and be able to excel nowadays is very, very, very important. And especially, like, I'm going to say old school guys, but obviously these guys have been fishing a while. They've won. I would love to know how much money they've won out of a bass boat, but to be able to totally change their style and be able to adapt to this is pretty cool to see. Miss Kay mentioned it right as she got off of live, but she said if you've got any questions, type them below, and we'd love to ask some of the anglers. We've got somewhere around 40 trackers out on the lake inside the boats of these anglers, and so we can pull up the map and literally see right where those 40 people are. And so if y'all have got specific anglers you'd like for us to go watch or try to catch up with, comment their names below. And Miss Kay is always texting us when she reads these comments. She's sending us the text of who y'all are saying. So if you've got somebody specific you'd like us to go cover, please comment their name below. And we will do our best to go, catch up with them. And then also if you have fishing questions, a lot of people are asking water temperature, water depth, bait choices, all those kind of things. We'd love to ask the questions to the anglers if y'all got any. For everybody watching online, we've got 61 people on Facebook, 224 on YouTube. Those are really good numbers, especially on YouTube. Thank y'all for watching this morning with us. We are freezing so that you can be comfortable at home or wherever you're at watching TV. I will say we are still freezing though, but thank you. Everyone is freezing except for the guys back in the studio. They're not freezing. Yeah, they said it was cold in there. I wish I could run down Lake Martin right here to make the little run we just made. We were just joking, the sun's coming out and it feels so good when you're sitting here. And, we talked about shedding layers, and then we had to make a run across this creek and put those right back on because it is not, the sun gives you a false hope for how warm it is. And I actually think Luke Duncan is fishing right now. We haven't heard from him here in a little while. A lot of times he'll text Miss Kay and say, hey, I've got real bad cell phone service. He'll actually turn his camera off so we can't see his tracker and go fish a little while. So technically he's not under the rules of the tournament, so he can do what he wants. Out here live baiting. I will say, funny story. Last year at Logan Martin, there was a fish. Kenny, look, I wanted to show him the motion that I did. It wasn't a dead bass. I don't know what's happened with it, but the fish was still alive. But he's just kind of floating along. So I reached down and grabbed this fish and took a selfie with me and Kenny of a real fish during an ABT tournament, texted into our group text with Miss Kay, and she sent back all the mad faces and what the heck. So that was always fun. I've always wanted to be able to actually fish during these, but we can't. That would be very... Imagine we're just throwing at the people who are recovering. It sounds like Luke Duncan is now live with us. Luke, did you put your rod down and pick up the camera yet?
Yeah, finally I've been cranking that DT26 around. That's a new one. Dan Quinn gave me last night to bait. I've been trying it out. Yeah, it's got a big old lip on it, small body. It's an interesting bait. Y'all can find it at iCast. I'm on boat 28, Jay Grogan, Ryan Ingram. Some absolute ABT South hammers. And right as we pulled up, we've been struggling with some, I know you believe this, Darian, we've been struggling with some service issues because Team Luke and Jared, sometimes we struggle, we struggle out here with service. But we've pulled up on several teams and we've not been able to stream. But anyways, we reset and we are good to go watching these fellas. And right when we pulled up, they caught 2. They do have a limit and trying to upgrade. Not too far from Wind Creek right here. Darren, did you say 61,000 people are watching on Facebook? Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, 61,000 people.
of that low budget math. I did hear you say right before I went live that it feels great in the sun, but when you run, it is providing a false positive. You're right. You put her in the wind, and you're immediately wishing you hadn't taken any layers off yet.
Yeah, that is exactly right. See if we can get a question out of these guys before they take off. There's a little bit too much distance in between us. I bet they're going to blow it, but I hope we get to ask them a question. Nicholas Turner and Joe Lane idle now. And we're going to get to ask them a really quick question, looks like. We got people on Facebook asking how many fish y'all got.
Huh?
I said we got people on Facebook asking how many fish y'all got.
We got 2 fish.
2 fish,
Probably pound and a half piece, I guess.
Yeah. So are they? We've heard some stories of the bite getting better in the afternoon. Is that?
Well, that brush pile right there is slapped full of fish, and didn't none of them bite.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
And you can see them sitting all in there.
Man.
And we put a little finesse, you got a finesse worm in there.
Nothing.
You see how long we fished.
Yeah.
We give them plenty of chance to
Yeah.
bite.
Well, maybe the sun's gonna make them bite. Turn on a little bit.
Yeah, we didn't get no float. We hadn't done nothing but run brush most of the morning. We caught 2 nice little spots.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
That's our game plan. We got to put 5 spots in the boat, and then we're gonna be the last one in today.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
This afternoon after.
That's right. See y'all. Good luck. Look, I've got another guy. I can just stay on live probably. We got another.
Yeah, Ryan and Jay are leaving, but I think we're going to have another boat close as well, so we'll just have to make a short move and get on another team.
Yeah, we'll just troll on over. We got a red boat over here. And he has the ABT
let's do
flag.
something real quick. Let's do something real quick before I make a move. What is the water color? Show the folks at home. Of course, I can't see what you see down there on the lower end of the lake. What's your water clarity look like? And I'll get Jared to show right here what we're looking at on this upper end of the lake.
Our water clarity is ultra clear. I don't know the number, but I'm gonna say 5, 6, 7, 8 feet type of clarity.
Yeah, but this is definitely, you saw it up here at the launch this morning, but it's a lot dirtier up here in this Wind Creek, Elkahatchee, right at the kind of the base of the Tallapoosa River here, right where it starts. But you can see a lot of sediment in the water. But I do think that this will help this bank bite that these guys are on up here. We're already seeing some fish get caught on the bank, but this sun, like it feels good on our backs, it's just going to feel even better to those fish around these rocks and trees here in just a little bit. So we're going to make a little bit of a move around the corner, and we'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. This guy is fishing solo today. We'll ask him his boat number and maybe get a little story from him. This case saying that there's several solos in this tournament. He's also got the crappie brakes on this rig, so maybe if we get lucky, we'll get to ask him about his crappie brakes. So basically, they've got trolling motor motors now that can attach to your power pole. So when you deploy the power poles down into the water in your live scope, and you can hit a button, and both of those trolling motors turn on at the exact same time and will literally stop your boat right there. So when you're chasing fish down, if that fish stops, or if you're moving really fast and get up on a fish, you can basically hit the brakes and stop in one spot. I don't know if you can, Kenny, if you can zoom in on the power poles. Y'all can it's kind of hard to tell a little bit, but I bet that zoom's able to show it. each one of those power poles has its own little trolling motor built onto it. What's your boat number?
31.
31. How many you got?
2.
2 fish. He's locked on the screen though, so I bet he's got another one right here. We'll see. Jason, welcome back to the party.
Thank you, Will St. Horton and Brandon Horton. Boat 109. Hadn't had a chance to talk to him yet. Kind of working some skinny water right here. Didn't want to brush up on him real quick. We have a pine tree down in the background there. Freshly in the water. Could have got close to falling on the house, it looks like. But thankfully it falls off in the water a little more.
Boys, I went right around the corner and found Jason Sapp and Wally Bell. They're sitting on the limit. They said right now on their scale showing 7:15, so they feel like they're ahead of schedule. Just need a couple good bites and they'll be right in the mix. Doing a little winding in this dirty water. Oh, this one.
Luke, I was just looking at the tracker, and it's funny if you know, we've got trackers on some 40-ish boats, or, you know, and if you look at the map right now, clusters, and funny thing is the clusters are around where all three of us are. There's a big, I was looking to see where, you know, where everybody's fishing at, and there's a big group down where I'm at, there's a big group right where Jason's at, and another group right up there where you're at, the muddy water. But it's funny, like, it's all kind of spread out, but they're also, you know, a lot of people in those areas.
You know, what's surprising to me is there were a lot more boats, it seemed like, that started up here that have now made their way out of here. Just by looking at the tracker, like you're saying, there, and I just looked at it just a little bit ago, and a lot of the boats that we saw in our general vicinity when we first started live have now made a run either to midsection or even some all the way down there where you're at. Which is a total, like we just on that last segment talking about,
like
water
opposite
clear,
of what you
complete
think.
change. Yeah, complete change. Yeah, two totally different lakes at this point.
Well, and then, I mean, in my mind too, you would start in the clear water and move up to that direction. You know what I mean? After it warms up, and we talked about muddy water warming up faster.
How long did it take you guys to get a limit?
About 45 minutes.
That's pretty quick then.
Yeah.
Make you feel good on a cold morning.
It didn't take long.
They had a limit of 45 minutes this morning. And I'm with you on that. You know, maybe start to clear water, get you a limit, and then come up here and plink around in this dirty water once that sun's been on. Especially with the guys in a later flight. We saw this at Smith with our Winners Hall and Lamb. They were in that last flight, bring in the 19-pound bag in late in the game, and it seemed like that later flight in that way just mashed on the gas. It seemed like that's when a lot of our bigger weights came in, and I feel like today there's a potential for that too. But there's such a, the last couple of days been cold after some warm weather a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
And now you've got this sun, not a lot of wind. You got to think it's going to warm a little bit. Make these fish feel like biting a little bit.
Yep. You'd sure think that.
Hey guys, how are y'all? kind of weight y'all got?
About 6 pounds, but we only got
4.
Luke and Jason, we're going to toss it over to y'all for just a split second.
4 fish for 2 pounds here. Look, we're throwing a spinnerbait over here again too. Just a heads up.
I know that's got you happy. No doubt about it.
I mean, he did put it down. He was
In dirty water, we're going to see a lot of it. While you're watching spinnerbait fishing, I'm getting some more cranking in satin bait. And it looks like you can throw any color you want as long as it's red today from the teams we've thrown.
All day. Yeah.
camera boat shows up, you're supposed to catch all kind of fish, don't you?
Oh, right. Ooh. You scared me on that one.
I know, right?
I got all fired up over here.
I know. It's when you least expect it.
One of those rock bass grabbed a hold of that red crankbait and scared all of us.
I'll lay into that one.
It was right at the end of the cast too, so it was like one ran up the ground. Jason, I know Dan talked a lot about guys scoping. He's covered several things doing out in the clear water region, seems like. What are you seeing more of? I feel like
I was just thinking the same thing. Like, we lately have seen just a lot more of running the bank. mixing it up between a spinnerbait and a BT6. And you're kind of running a gravel bank right now. I had some rock just back before this, but kind of running this little gravel bar here. Pretty shallow water, a lot of mud. It's back to bank fishing. To me, I think these fish are probably wanting to go shallow. If they're not already shallow, there's probably another group sitting out here waiting, and that's what these guys are hoping for, is be able to pull some of these ones just kind of staging out here maybe. This is a big creek pocket, call it. Got a lot of little fingers that kind of go off where all these docks are, and plenty of spawning areas back in here. It's not as much looking at them here. They're more just, like we would say, fishing. Running down the bank. Fishing like we used to.
It was interesting talking to Dustin Connell, the Crush City superstar himself last night. Was at our meeting, and he said with that warm-up, he feels like in his area on the Fisher River that they had some fish that tried to spawn during that warm-up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I talked to some guys earlier this week that said they felt like they were already spawning. You know, when we had that one up a couple weeks ago. I might want to check on deer, and I don't know. I just heard about 6 gunshots. I don't know if maybe he got off on the bank for some reason. Somebody's trying to run him off. Maybe he's running a wake up on their dock or something. But
I wonder if it could have potentially been the owner of Milo's tea or something. He got too close. He was trying to steal their secret.
You know, he's misidentified something over there again or something. I'm not exactly sure. But yeah,
pulled up on the team, not in their tournament, they got upset.
Yeah, exactly. Still getting shot at him. Hey, you got to be able to hear that. They're tearing it up, ain't they? Darren must be running real fast. He must be zigzag running. Good night. These guys don't even reload. They got a good clip. If we don't hear from him in a little bit, we'll probably need to pull the tracker up and see where he is.
Jax.
He's been known to get off on a biscuit. Just hide. It was the first South event last year, wasn't it, where he had casserole, wasn't it? Or was that? It was last year.
No, it was the 100. Yeah, 100.
Was it 100? Okay.
Cold.
Yeah, yeah.
Shout out
Popped out a casserole.
Alan
Fresh out of
Haynes.
the oven.
Yep. Yep.
Only Darren.
Alan Hayes, boat captain for him. Brought him a delicious casserole.
Mm. You know, we used to have a segment back when I'm sure he's probably tuned in lately, Mr. Robbie Floyd. You know, we used to have What You Got for Snacks segment way back in the day, and, you know, Robbie would eat something stupid. Tuna fish from the 7-Eleven from 2 days ago. Doesn't compare much to a breakfast casserole, but I could go for some breakfast casserole right now.
Guys, has it slowed down some as the sun's got up?
Yeah, slowed down.
Okay.
It was really fired this morning when the boat was coming by.
Oh, okay. Same when the boats were running by this morning. Fish were really interactive when they were in. So it's just got slow.
Yeah, they're churning that water up. Huh. I think Elon must have done cranked the chainsaw up over here.
I was about to say, are you okay, Jason? Blink twice if you're okay. Jason Durant.
He's done cranked it up. He's done cranked it up.
Jason, we're going to make a short little move. We'll catch
I'm just going to try to survive over here between the gunshots and the trees coming down. So
well, I'm fixing to, I didn't want to tell the audience at home, but I'm fixing to look up on the tractor and come break back up just in case. You sound like you might need it.
Please.
You've made somebody
Please, I got 2 more in the truck. Please go get them. Oh, God. So we're on boat 109, Shane Horton and Brandon Horton. We've had 3 fish in the box, just kind of had a slow start. Darian, you okay, bud?
Man, I've been running. They've been
okay?
chasing me. Somebody said, "Are you the sweet tea guy?" And I just had to take off right. They were chasing us. I was drinking something. They thought it was, it was chaotic for a minute.
I know. I heard the gunfire from here. It was bad. I can see
No, it was. We went over. It was over by Bruce. We went over by Bruce Pearl's house, and I walked up on his dock and screamed, "Roll Tide!" Y'all got lucky, and he started shooting. That's what it was.
Good job. Good job.
I will say though, we've had a little interesting thing happen here. We have caught up with boat number 197, and we actually saw them from a distance. And I haven't been able to really ask them about this because they're doing something kind of specific, and we'll get to that in a second. But it looks to me like from about 50 yards away that they hooked one under a dock, and then frantically really got to that dock really fast. It looks like they hung one up under the dock. They've got the net fumbling around, and I don't know for a fact, but it did look like the fish came off. They said they got 3 for 8 pounds. So they got a really good 3 right now. Ryan Miller, Justin Adams. So I'm going to get in a little bit closer. And they're fishing like, this pocket they're fishing, there's not a lot of boat docks. Like, it's a pretty big pocket, but there's not a lot of boat docks in it. But they're going really fast in between them. Like, they're not doing anything between the docks, it looks like. But I don't know if there's brush all around it, or, you know, I don't exactly know yet, but
yeah,
it appears to me like there's going to be some kind of brush out around these docks that they're fishing.
They're really keying in on the dock.
We're on 100 to get to the next one. Yeah.
Wow.
But yeah, it looks like
this water up like that is really good for them. I bet.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet they're glad. I bet when, especially with sunshine. Well, he even said they're just now starting to act right. So, you know, if they were waiting on the sun to come out, we're back in a pocket where you really can't feel the wind, and it's pretty slick. So
they just get set up.
They're good. They're getting set up. And they've got the whole thing to themselves. They've got this whole area to themselves.
And they already got
pockets that look
3
like
for 3? 3 3-pounders?
3 for 8 pounds. Yep.
Whew.
Yeah.
That's a good race.
I mean,
It's a good start.
A very good start. This pocket's kind of weird. It's hard to film. So if y'all keep seeing the back of my back, I apologize.
Hope's coming at me now. So you work on your house and work on your dock weekend, I think. Those guys over there. The saws and the jackhammer though. It's all kind of music playing.
I like the next pocket over better.
Did your boat captain say like the next pocket over better? Oh, got a stick. Got off right at the boat, man.
Jason.
Oh, here.
Jason, I wish you could see, like, we're just back in this little real skinny pocket, and the water, it doesn't really have, it's just not as gin clear as it does out in the mound. It's still much clearer than what Luke's seeing, but it does have like I want to say it's a fishy stain to it. It's looking real green.
Huh.
But these guys just have this whole thing. Like, I don't know if this, they've only caught, or they only got 3 fish, so I don't know if the pattern has really established itself yet, but if this pattern becomes a thing, it looks like this is how you could win a tournament. I mean, they're super down on something very specific. They're both kind of doing the same thing. You know, I would imagine you probably run out of water at some point in time doing this. Like, I imagine there's a bunch of pockets like this, but you probably got some that you like more than others, so probably coming back through some of these same areas later on. But, I mean, I think they're both just skipping a jig. They're both doing the same exact thing. They're picking up some baits, you know, in between the docks now. Earlier, in between docks, they weren't even casting, they were just burning down the bank. But now they've actually started making some casts. It's a little bit shallower back here.
Yeah, but if the fish are setting up
it looks
still,
fishy.
I mean, they could turn around and go back down.
Yep, no, you're exactly right.
I haven't seen anybody that's got a 3-pounder. Where they got at least 2.
I'm about to ask him about this fish catching really. And real quick, I want to hear the story about that dock fish.
That part of the dock stick.
It was a stick?
That's about the end of the story.
It was a stick?
No, there was a fish. He took it up under the dock.
Was it a big one?
I set the hook and caught a crossman. We just caught a 3.9 right before that. So.
Really?
Yeah.
3 9s. That's the big fish we've heard today. So y'all both went to the same bait. I guess that's what they've been going on.
Yeah, I caught the big one on the net.
Okay, so it is making up there.
Yeah.
So is this the pattern y'all were hoping would happen? Like, y'all are doing something specific right now?
We're mixing in docks between brush piles.
Okay.
Trying to kill time. Let that sun get up. Let the fish get on the docks.
So y'all's fish might not have even got started yet. So y'all got a dang good start then.
Yeah, and we're not doing it until 4:45.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Might have a chance to hit some pier lights on the way in.
Oh yeah. Oh, night blade.
That's right.
So they're not due until, you said 4:45.
Yeah.
Doing at 4:45, and they're waiting on a late buy, Jason, and they got a 3.90.
And he said he caught it on a Ned rig.
They caught it on a Ned rig. I haven't heard the word Ned rig since 2017. I didn't know people still sold it.
I only bring it out here.
He said he only brings it out here. Yeah.
Shake him down. Don't let him out there.
You want to find some big ones, guys?
Heard that. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Are y'all going to be in the same area?
Yeah, we're going to work our way down.
Cool. Good luck.
Probably end up back in the creek lake.
Jason, how about that?
Going to find
3
some
fish
big ones.
over 8
Going to
pounds.
find some big
Going to
ones.
find.
Got big ones.
Yeah, that 390 ain't even a big one. That's the small. He's in the small side right now. No, they're going for broke right
That's
now.
awesome.
And I mean, it's got to be a good field. What time is it? It's not even 10 o'clock, and I mean, you're on the track to win it. I think at fishing tournaments, and you have that happen, is the most energy you get during the day because you're so confident. You're already past the halfway point of your limit, and you know that you're on the right track. So anyhow, well, these guys are running, Jason. We got a good little interview with them, and I'm gonna make a run too. We'll see you in a second.
We're gonna hang out here. Keep running with the horse for just a second. Fishing down these banks here and mixing up a little bit different than the other teams we've heard today. Get that rocky, sandy bank mixed in with some docks. Got a little brush top hanging out here. Mixing it up between a spinnerbait and a BT6, it looks like. He's going to put the spinnerbait down. He's like, nope, let's try one more. Muddy, stained water. Sun's getting high in the sky. Really slow rolling that spinnerbait. Big chunk rock on this point here. A lot of different types of banking. Wonder if you could really figure out if they were on a certain type of structure. Keep working around this market, probably be able to start catching them that way. Y'all feel like the sun's helping the bite or slowing it down?
I think it'll help it, but I think it'll be a little while before it starts to help it. It's been slow for us this morning.
Yeah.
I imagine it probably has for a lot of people.
Cold start for sure. Looks like they're gonna make a move.
I think we're gonna go try us.
Appreciate y'all's time today. Thank y'all so much. Well,
Appreciate it, guys.
we're gonna go to a break here and give you a chance to catch up with our sponsor.
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is brought to you by Garmin, Power Pole, Mountain Dew, Yamaha.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Things you let me see. Things you let me see.
What's more southern than a steak biscuit in the morning? 2 steak biscuits, and you can get them now for only $5.55. It's the country fried and flaky way to start the day. We're Jax, and we're all about the steak. Sorry, South.
Back to the Alabama Bass Trail South Division at Lake Martin at Wind Creek State Park in Alexander City, Alabama. 225 teams took off this morning in a race for the $15,000 first place. And again, Phoenix First Flight money is in play. You've got Garmin contingency money and First contingency money. Lots of money on the line. Over $64,000 will be paid out today at the boat ramp. For a $320 entry fee. These guys are trying their best to get inside that top 75 to move on to the championship later on this year in October at Wheeler Lake in Decatur, Alabama. 75 teams from the north, 75 teams from the south. The 5 winners in each division, as well as the top 5 couples, top 5 high school teams, and the top 5 college teams. So we will be at Wheeler Lake later on in October for our $100,000 no entry fee championship, $50,000 going to the first place team there. So it starts today. These guys and gals registered back in August of 2024. With the anticipation of kicking this season off. And there was a lot of anticipation, a lot of excitement as we kind of cruise through everyone this morning at Blastoff. It's always fun to get out there for the first tournament. A lot of new faces, a lot of teams making their debut on the Alabama Bass Trail this year. Several of our teams fishing the Opens, the Toyota Series, even the Invitationals, and they're fishing the Alabama Bass Trail. We're going to try to catch up with a couple of those teams out on the water to see how things are going for them. I know Darian is trying to get his camera shot set up. Jason and Luke are running. I want to remind you, you can watch back here today at 3 o'clock on YouTube at Alabama Bass Trail TV, as well as on Facebook and on alabamaBassTrail.org. We've got you covered. You can watch all the live coverage. You can watch the live leaderboard. All you need to do is go to alabamaBassTrail.org, click on live, and choose whether you want to watch the live video feed or the live leaderboard. As you can see, there is Lake Martin and Wind Creek State Park, one of the best state parks in the state of Alabama. Lots of construction, a lot of things going on around here. This town is booming. We are probably about 40 miles north of Auburn, Alabama, so we are nestled between Auburn and Birmingham here in Alexander City. I do want to say a special thanks to Sandra Fuller and the Tallapoosa County Tourism Board for allowing us to be here and being our host this week. The great city of Alexander City for being such a welcoming host, and Central Alabama Community College for allowing us to have our pre-tournament meeting on their campus last night. It's a fantastic facility, and we appreciate all of the partners that make it possible for us to visit in these communities. So it's a lot of fun. This is our 12th year on the Alabama Bass Trail. We added Lake Martin in 2017, and we've been coming here ever since. It has served as one time of our championship. It was our first $50,000 first place championship back in 2020. A little team by the name of Charlie Williams and Michael Smith won that. So a lot of teams in the race today that you guys are going to recognize those names. Rob Lee, Steve Winslet, they've got a win here. They've also got a win over on Logan Martin Lake. Mark McKeag and Tim Hurst, they are three-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Only one time in the South Division, but they have 2 wins up in the North Division as well. A lot of teams that fish both sides, North and South, and the 100. So a lot of Alabama hammers here. We got teams from 17 states that fish with us throughout the Alabama Bass Trail. We've got Darian is out on the water. He's going to talk a little bit about his Crush City moment. And Darian, you look cold out there. Hopefully y'all can.
Are we good now? Okay, I think we're good now. Mic check. Yeah, I definitely feel cold. It's warming up. The sun's high, but look, one thing I wanted to show. Look down here. This is what a lot of boats are looking like nowadays. Is packs of Crush City just laying around. Obviously, I set that one up, but we're seeing a bunch of anglers now that Crush City has come out with, or that Rapala has come out with this Crush City line. They've got so many good baits, and you're seeing this a lot. Just Crush City packs everywhere. But the one that we're using, or that we've seen a bunch today, is the freeloader. We talk about it all the time. It's a minnow-shaped bait, and you can see as I'm holding it, that tail never even stops moving, and I'm trying to be as still as I can, but the tail never stops. So when you add just a little bit of action to it when you're shaking that minnow, you can see that tail keeps moving. They've got it rigged up just on a jig head, and that's pretty much how the majority of people are fishing it. However, up where Luke's at in that muddier water, this is a perfect chatterbait trailer, and Jacob Wheeler and Dustin Connell talk about that a ton. Putting the freeloader on the back of a chatterbait, so it's definitely a multi-purpose bait. And but yeah, down in the clear end, you're rigging it up like this. On the upper end, where it's muddier, put it on the back of a chatterbait and just winding it. The straight tail, it doesn't have a boot, so the straight tail of a freeloader, when you're winding a chatterbait, it's going to make it hunt a little bit more, and every time you twitch your rod, that bait's just going to kind of hunt around, and that reaction is what's going to trigger a bunch of bites. So freeloader is an incredible bait, again, designed by Jacob Wheeler. He knows a thing or two about bass fishing, so that's a sharp one. And the cool thing is, while we're here, we're going to give some away. So the last tournament we did was guess the winning weight and guess the big fish weight, so we're going to do that now. Guess the winning weight, comment below whether you're on Facebook or on YouTube, and somewhere below all of these layers that I've got on is an camera. A pack of Crush City freeloaders, and all you have to do is comment below. So we're gonna max, you can only comment 5 times, because last time we had people commenting 15-1, 15-2, 15-3, 15-4, and they were winning the the contest because they were commenting every possible way. So max 5 comments, and we're gonna pick a winner at the end of the tournament. Whoever guesses the weights correctly. If there's multiple, we're just gonna randomly choose. So we're gonna pick a winner from Facebook and a winner from YouTube to win a pack of Crush City freeloaders and an Alabama Bass Trail jersey. So comment below. And honestly, the team that we were gonna follow just left. So we're gonna catch back up with the Millers. They're now gone. So they popped right over. That's them still making a little bit of a run. So now we're gonna bring Miss K back in.
Yes, Darian, we were talking last night, the Miller guys, the Miller boys, I refer to them as boys. I'm sure they hate that, but, you know, I have kids older than them. So, you know, yet last year, first year on the Alabama Bass Trail, came in 12th in the Angler of the Year points. One of them just graduated high school. One of them is still in high school. You fished against a lot of these guys. You can talk about what that means to get 12th in the Angler of the Year points.
Yeah, it's wild. I think, you know, there's an intimidation factor when you are that young. I fished the ABTs really young with a younger partner than me. And so we would always see, you know, everybody talks about you're not fishing against the guys in the tournament, you're fishing against the fish. It's just what can you go catch. And at the end of the day, you're weighing them in against these guys. However, when you see Mark McKegg pull up, or you see, you know, all of these guys that are known fish catchers and winners on these local lakes, and you're pulling up on their home body of water, it is intimidating, and you can't hide, but you can say that you're not fishing against them as much as you want to, but at the end of the day, it's still intimidating. You see a Zeke Gossett pull up, but to be young, as young as they are, and to have finished 12th is extremely impressive. And the cool thing about those kids is, I say kids too, it's probably disrespectful, but they are, is they're so level-headed, and I think that's one of the main things. That's one thing that Zeke Gossett always has had. Probably the strongest thing about Zeke is he's so level-headed. He doesn't get he doesn't get shook up. And to excel in bass fishing, you have to stay level-headed. If a fish comes off, if your fish, you know, the fish that you found in practice aren't there anymore, you have to be level-headed. And the Millers are a perfect example of that. So we saw them earlier, and the reason we wanted to catch up with them was, you know, we didn't see them catch any fish earlier, or they didn't catch any fish when we were with them. They're just burning around. And so to be able to catch up, they're in the exact same area that they were this morning, you know, 2 or 3 hours ago. So going to be interesting to catch up with them. But like you said, very impressive to be so young and doing so well in the ABT.
I want to say one more thing about the Miller brothers. They went to the Bass Team Championship last year that was held on Kentucky Lake. Really trying conditions, very cold there. Day one, they had 1 fish, you know. They had 1 day that was postponed in the middle, went back day 2 and came in with over 17 pounds of fish, had a 5-fish limit on what would be day 2, but it was actually day 3. They didn't come home after having that 1 fish on day 1. They stayed there, they kept their head in it. Like you said, they don't get spun out really easily, and I think they're going to be a team to watch out on the Alabama Bass Trail. I know Luke and I talked about them on the podcast. We're going to let you go and let you get over to the Millers and do a little follow-up update on them. I know Luke is
perfect.
Luke has decided to pull up on one of the, is the only 5-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. 4 wins on Lay Lake and 1 win on Lake Eufaula. So none other than Chris Rutland and Kobe Carden. Luke, I said it earlier, you're just trying to up your game by hanging out with all these winners.
In this case, I've been fortunate to run down some of the absolute best fish catchers on the Alabama Bass Trail today, and these guys, we talked about them on the podcast this week. They have more wins than anybody, and we talked about the fact that on Lake Martin, Kobe has a very rich history here in a lot of tournaments. I roomed with Kobe back in the day in Bassmaster Opens, and one of those opens that we had here, he actually won on Martin in November, and another cold weather event. A lot of experience, but we pulled in on them as they were leaving an area not too far from takeoff, and they said they have a limit. They're hooked up now. Chris is getting the net. In the boat. Kobe said that Kobe told us as they were idling out, they had a 5-fish limit, and they said they had 2 good ones. So I think this is definitely a team threatening for the win right now. Just call another one, we'll see if it helps as we try to ease in here. They're probably not going to hang here long, I'm sure. They normally keep things moving. Any of us to see this team take the ground. Looks like a Cole. Carden and Rupp. Like they're working a spinnerbait, a red crankbait program. Like we've seen, a lot of the teams we've covered, if you're just tuning in, everybody that I've been on that's up around the lake, that seems to be the 1-2 punch. We've seen a few mixing in a jig here and there, getting on the cover, but the Tallapoosa River where it runs in, Wind Creek, all the little chutes off of the main river up here. Very dirty, a lot of sediment in the water. But what's interesting is we ran up into the actual Wind Creek arm, and the clarity in there is so much worse than it is just right around the corner. It has a lot more sediment in it, it seems like, but it has an orange tint to it. And what was amazing, there's not a single team in our 225 team field in that arm, which is a very large arm, a very productive arm a lot of times. But on the actual Wind Creek side of it, nobody in there. But it does immediately when you make a turn, just drastic changes. Welcome back, Jason.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got up with boat number 113, Ryan Schroeder and Cody Harrell. Got 5 fish, 7, 8 pounds, they said. You know, they said not the right ones, but they got 5. So, doing a lot of what we've been seeing this morning. Winding and grinding right now to some of these clay rocky banks. Got a good seawall out here right now. This sun keeps getting higher and warmer. I'm liking it.
There's a little breeze blowing around now. If you can get out of that breeze.
Yeah, I can hear it pretty strong in your microphone. That wind is whipping where you are. It sounds like you're standing on the front of an aircraft carrier. It sounds windy, for sure.
I've got my back to it. That's strong.
Wow. That is strong.
Yeah.
We're just kind of sliding into these little offshoots and, you know, kind of got little fingers kind of going up in here. And it's, a lot of teams are pushing the back of these. You know, at Smith Lake, we kind of call these little drain areas. But here we've got, you know, just these little fingers, the way they all kind of, the way the bank kind of meanders around back in here. Being that, oh, is that a fish on? Being that we've got, I thought that was a fish on for a second. Being that, you know, the way the bank just kind of meanders around with these high hills. So puts a lot of fish back into these pockets. Got some docks. The sun's going to hopefully get them targeted up. A lot of teams are saying we really want later in the day. Wait for later in the day. Well, it is officially later in the day now, so hopefully we'll start seeing some guys catch some of these bigger fish now.
If these fish start biting later in the day, it could be bad news for a lot of teams when you've got guys like Chris Rutland, Kobe Carden that have already got a limit with what they call 2 good ones in the box. So,
oh, nice. If they call them 2 good ones, they are good ones.
Disaster, and no doubt. No doubt about that.
You had to sneak around to find them. They hide pretty good most of the time with this lake.
They do. I got lucky. Got a little lucky.
It's a lot of structure in this lake that, you know, if you just kind of come around out here and just look around, you're like, well, there's not anything out here, but man, the brush tops are pretty abundant.
Oh yeah, every bank is littered with laydowns in certain areas.
This one here has a, you just, you know, folks at home just kind of looking, they're like, man, there's nothing going on over here. Well, this one is loaded with that, just laydowns and brush tops and bouncing those crankbaits through there, throwing a jig up under the dock.
Chris just had one hit his chatterbait.
Ooh, we just had one. Ooh, we got, no. Man, that looked good. One of the hardest hook sets I've seen in a while. I think he pulled the dock out a little bit on it. He buried that jig.
Hooked up. Kobe Card. Chris Rutland. Man, that was a master's class right there. They worked that one piece of cover from every angle with about 4 different presentations. And they turned the boat around to, I guess, almost give up on it, and Kobe hooks one. That was awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we're on the Millers. I believe they're boat number 131, I believe. And we haven't, boat number 141, the Miller brothers. And they are still on their burn it down trolling motor pattern. Panning left, panning right, wide open speed. But they did catch one and immediately threw it back, and I was almost frustrated that they even caught this one. But it looked like it wasn't just a keeper, it was above a keeper. I don't know, it wasn't a 2-pounder or anything, but they didn't even put it on a measuring board or, even weigh it, so I imagine that. He's got another one. That's it.
Hooked up. Kobe Garden hooked up again. haven't cold yet, so they can't put it in the boat. Smart play right there. Because it would be so easy just to flip the fish in the boat, get caught up in the moment. Nothing's on the back deck, makes it cold. Cody puts the fish in. They've done that a time or two. Now he's going to put Chris back to work again. Hooked up again. This one won't help. We're getting a little bit of a Lake Martin Masters class right here from Kobe Carden and Chris Rutten.
So, Luke, do you have any idea of how much weight they've got right now?
No, I would say they're north of 10 pounds, though, for sure. Just looking at what they're culling. I've not seen what they call their
Gotcha.
two good ones, but I've seen several of the other ones. And here's the deal. I think the world of Chris and Kobe, they're not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you what they think they got. For sure, you know.
And if
They'll
they do,
lowball
it's
it,
a
but
low
yeah,
ball number.
they're well, yeah. But I think they're going to be north of 10. For sure.
Especially if those good ones are 4-pounders.
Exactly. We'll see when they come by. I'll try to get them to give some guess. That was kind of fast and furious.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
That was pretty good. How much weight do you think y'all got?
11.
11 pounds. Okay.
We're on a side.
So I'm gonna guess it's in like 15. If you say 11, I'm gonna just add some weight to it. They say 11 pounds. They say they own a sack. We
Yeah, I
shall
don't
see.
believe that.
Get out of here.
I know you can't respond. You know what's funny? We're still trailing the Millers, and they're covering a ton of water. I mean, I bet in the last 20 minutes they've covered, I don't know, 200, 300 yards on the trolling motor. But when they see one, you know, they see one and then spin at you, and then they cast right at you. It's almost like when you're deer hunting, and the deer smells you and looks right at you. You just don't know what to do. Like, you don't know. I don't want to touch the trolling motor. I don't want to walk. I don't want to take a step. I don't want to really cough. You're just like scared to do anything.
Yeah, it's a little awkward when they turn around and throw at you. It's always.
Yep.
It's like playing chicken with a train.
Yep.
A little bit. Because we do our best to stay out of the way, and with this live scope deal, it is so hard to know where you need to be sometimes, because you'll get one roaming around in between you and the angler that you're covering, and it changes everything.
And the majority of people, like, they just don't care. Like Fisher and I, he just doesn't care. He'll catch them up in front of you. But you always wonder, like, if somebody was to get annoyed at that, it's for good reason. We're so close to them, but not trying to be at all. Who was it you had at the Smith Lake tournament? The Webb and Bussy caught one out from under your boat, didn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah. And then caught another one with my boat basically against their boat. They didn't care. They're like, get up here. It was awesome. Josh Chappell, Paul Davis did that last year at Logan Martin in the event they won. They allowed Jared and I to get real close to them. And we basically could have netted the fish, because the little current seam deal they were fishing, it didn't bug them at all.
That's cool. I will say, Kay sent a text that said that Lucas Lindsay's team is catching them every cast, and they've got around 11 pounds, and I think Jason is headed to them or in that direction. I was hoping that somebody would be able to cover him, because the last year's tournament, man, he was on a really cool pattern. I don't know if he's doing it today or not, but he was throwing a glide bait and catching a bunch of fish. Not actually, he wasn't catching a bunch of fish. He was not catching as many fish, but they were all big. And he said that he had some just giants following it last year. So I'm curious to see if Jason can get on them and see what they're doing and be able to break it down, because you catch them every cast and you get 11 pounds, you're set up good for the after lunch bite.
No doubt about it. It's exactly what I said about Chris and Kobe here, to have what they have headed into, getting closer to 11 o'clock. Their boat 133, they got a later check-in, you got sun, you got a little bit of wind now, and the deal they're doing, it could turn out to be a really good day for these two. And they've caught a bass or 1,000 on this lake in February, doing exactly what they're doing. All right, Darian, I think they're going to ease out here. I think we're going to make a little move. Winding down on ABT Live. Sitting by AmSouth. See you back in just a few minutes, Darian.
Well, they're making a little run, and I think we can just probably... Well, they're making a run, and we're going to jump right over to commercial break, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes.
The Alabama Bass Trail, brought to you by Halo Fishing, Net Bait, Bait Fuel, Snag Proof.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Here at Landers McClarty Chevrolet, it's time to pick your offer on a new Chevy Silverado 1500. That's right, pick the offer that's best for you. Choose rates as low as 2.9% for 72 months, or how about up to $12,000 off all Silverados? They have the best selection in years with over 500 pre-owned vehicles available. Big store, big on savings, and big on customer service. Visit LandersMcClartyChevrolet.com.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Let's go!
Ooh, I love it.
Let's go! I think we should get some more.
Let's go!
And she got it good too. T-boned it.
Let's go!
I love it.
Cheers! Let's go.
Jax believes a value meal should value your appetite. So check out our $6 dinner deals. Pick from one of 4 hearty Southern favorites and get 2 sides and a biscuit for just $6. That's a whole lot for a whole little. We're Jax, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the first stop of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, Lake Martin here in Alexander City, Wind Creek State Park. That is the location for the takeoff this morning and weigh in this afternoon. It is the time of the day that we have the bush light breakdown. We're going to talk about all the things we saw out on the water today and kind of where we have teams stacked up. We're going to start with Jason Duran. Jason, talk about what you saw and what area of the lake you covered today.
Miss Kay, we kind of stayed more mid-lake area, mostly, just kind of bounced around. A lot of what we saw today was guys really setting up for the afternoon. A lot of teams were like, hey, we're just going to come in here, get a limit, and then we're going to go make a run. And this afternoon, we have seen more of those teams. We're down here trying to get on Lucas Lindsay. He's just around the corner right here. We had to stop to be able to do the bush light breakdown here, but we're going to get on him in just a second and make some TV. But I think the fishing's getting better now. We've heard some numbers of teams catching those 3-pounders. This sunlight, I think, is helping, and they're getting them set up on the cover that they want to be on. So, Darian, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing in your area.
Sounds like Darian broke something there. I'm not sure. I think Darian broke a camera. Nobody's surprised by that. But, Jason, we've got kind of the similar situation in the area I'm in. I'm in Elkahatchee, Wind Creek, kind of that Tallapoosa River area is where I've spent most of my day. And setting up for the afternoon is a great way to put that. Lots of fish catches shallow, though, early, but now with this sun coming out, we just saw Chris and Kobe absolutely go ham on a stretch right here. So if that's a sign of things to come, these later flights are absolutely going to smash them today. We've seen a lot of red cranking going on. We've seen a lot of spinner baiting, a lot of chatter baiting, and a lot of jig fishing. I think the afternoon bite is going to be fantastic, and I think the weigh-in at Wind Creek State Park is going to be a lot of fun. It's always tight here at Lake Martin, a little over 14 pounds. Took the title last year. What will it take here to kick off the ABT South in 2025? Miss Kay, it is always a blast covering Lake Martin.
Lake Martin is one of those lakes that you want to start in. If you look at the fact we started at Smith Lake in the north, we come to Lake Martin in the south, very similar lakes as far as being clear bodies of water, with Martin not quite being as deep as Smith Lake, but you've got 2 spotted bass factories. We always have tons and tons of limits here. I want to say we had 217, 219 limits at Smith Lake. You're going to see something very similar to that here today. Important thing about this tournament is it is the jump start to the season. People are trying to make their way to that championship. So 5 fish limits are important, and they are going to weigh in today because they are trying their best to get to Wheeler Lake later on in October. We've covered from one area of the lake to the other. You've seen the slightly stained water to the water that looks like chocolate milk, and that's kind of how the lake is playing today. We'll see if the sun warms the fish up and gets them active. We've got a lot more to do today. We've got to set up this weigh-in and get ready. Come on out to Wind Creek State Park. We'll be here at 3 o'clock. Looking forward to weighing in a lot of bass across the stage and giving away over $64,000. If you can't be here, tune back in to YouTube on Alabama Bass Trail TV or on Facebook at Alabama Bass Trail Tournament Series, or always alabamabasstrail.org. Click live and click live weigh in. We'll see you there. Mr. MC Luke Duncan will be greeting everybody. We'll see you back here at 3 o'clock. Y'all have a blessed day.
Another call.
This live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail has been presented by AmFirst Credit Union and sponsored by Phoenix Boats, Landers McClarty Chevrolet, McGraw-Webb Chevrolet, Jax, Garmin, Rapala, VMC, Crush City, Pro Guide Batteries, Mountain Dew, TH Marine, American Baitworks, and Sweet Home Alabama.